after the meeting you had with Scaloris telling you to prepare for the journey ahead with all the various bits of basically bad guidness of what's going down, you decide to split off from the rest of the group, knowing that Endeavor doesn't actually have anything on him. And you, Vale, say you know a guy. You know a guy in town. You're like, hey, this guy, met a guy. And basically you're
I
on...
do know a guy.
You do, yep. You are on your way to meet Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor, but it's spelled Lux Lether.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and, yeah. You're on your way to meet him. Essentially, this is happening right after you guys agreeing to split off for a moment. So you guys are in the middle of town, on your way to his house. Feel free to. Yeah, that's where you are.
Let me pull up the maps real quick. I was ready. I forgot one thing.
Oh
The
man.
maps. Do. So, Endeavor. What's your story, Endeavor? So I know you know what NK and what the big guy, right?
Yeah, I pretty much. Yeah, me and NK, we we know each other because we go on. We've encountered each other before this entire incident had occurred, and we kind of do similar jobs. I mean, individually, but we happen to meet up with each other, and we do information exchanges with each other based on the things that we have found and that we've cataloged and pretty much stuff like that. And as for me personally, I simply go out on adventures and basically but figure out what there is to see, what people there are to meet, and other races and stuff like that. That's pretty much what I do, among others.
So you're an adventuring information broker. So we just pretty much.
You know what? I really like that. I really like that first thing you just said. You could say that. I think that sounds appropriate. And I would also like to consider myself as somewhat of a diplomat and a benefactor, since I'm always the person that wants to provide solutions and stuff for like both parties that are like at each other's throats kind of thing. I try to like intervene and help provide solutions so that way both sides could be satisfied kind of thing.
And for adventuring information broker middleman. Okay. So how did you get into that kind of business? Oh, we're see that blue windmill over there. That's where we're going. I want you to meet. I know I met a guy earlier. Named Lex Luthor. That might be able to get you some gear since apparently the rest of us were kidnapped when we weren't asleep, but you were.
Oh, okay. Sounds intriguing. I guess we'll see how this goes down.
Drat. That sound effect's not on this PC. Oh. I had a cool file that I was
Well, I
gonna
mean,
play
he-
for his shop, and I realized that it's on my old PC, not on this one.
No, he's not. He's not really a. Suppose you could say a merchant, right? But he might be able to get us some stuff. I mean, not that none of us have any money because I refuse to join this free money scheme that's going on.
Yeah, that sounds rather suspicious and fishy to me. I honestly don't know how that would even work in the first place. Like, where does the money come from that they provide and stuff?
Yeah.
So by the time you're coming to this part of the conversation, you arrive at the front door to the windmill of Lex Luthor's home, basically. And as you approach the windmill, there is a very weird smell. It's definitely kind of a fruity mixed with burnt cheese, sort of kind of wafting from the cracks of the doorway, and there is a slight haze of like kind of a indigo coloring smoke coming from the cracks of the said door as you approach.
Oh, also, before we go inside, just want you to know, he's a bit, Lex is a bit, eccentric. I guess it would be, an apt description of him, in a sense. Um, yeah. I also offered him to join our group, so, I mean, I don't think anybody's got anything against that. It's not like we have any, I would assume he's part of this, free money scheme, so at least we get money now, right? I don't know. But he seems to be a alchemist of some kind. I thought that might be useful, so I offered him to join our little band that we got going on. And Vale knocks on the door.
Hey! Hello? Who's that? Huh? That's him
It's
talking.
me, Vale.
Oh, hey! You're a little early. But yeah, come on. Yeah, and as he's trying to get to the doorway, there's a lot of like crashing sounds and some other bits and bobs, some glass falling over and crashing as he's trying to get to the door, and finally he comes to the door and opens it up, and he's like, "Hey, everybody! Hey, Vale! Oh, who's that guy?"
Oh, this furry guy. Is it okay if I call you furry guy? Endeavor. This is an Endeavor. I don't know. He's part of my group. Everybody else is a little.
Nice to meet you, Endeavor. As he pulls out his really small, elvish hand to you, as if to give you a handshake. Meanwhile, the wafting smokes are actually now coming out of the door a little bit more from behind him.
Never shakes his hand in return and says, "Very good to meet you, and thank you for allowing us to visit you today."
Hey, I mean, today it's nighttime, isn't it? Well, maybe I've been in that lab for too long. You guys were supposed, or Vale, you were supposed to show up here at around 2 a.m. My Blastonberries ain't done yet.
It's no worries. We still got time. The business I had going on ended a little early, so it's okay. But my friend here, I guess I can consider him a friend. I barely know him. As you can see, he doesn't really have much going on gear-wise. I was wondering if you'd be able to help us out and help him be able to get some stuff.
Yeah, sure. I guess.
Maybe you know somebody we can trust, or maybe you'd be willing to let us borrow some of your stuff. Maybe we can do some tradesies.
I mean, I guess I could let you borrow my stuff, but honestly, I don't know what is that? What exactly do you do? He's asking Endeavor.
He's asking what Endeavor does.
Yes, he's looking to you, wondering how he can maybe help with your situation.
Well, let's see here. Obviously the tools and stuff that I personally use would be completely unfamiliar to you. So instead, I'll simply say that what I do is that I kind of and I believe people call the term an artificer, like the construction of things or like the fixing of items. I suppose you could say that I'm somewhat along those lines.
So you're a tinkerer. Is that what you like to just build stuff? I mean, I've got a workshop, but the thing is, guys, this is more of my chem lab area. This is my home. For anything like technological, actually, I think you guys could rather help me. Listen, come inside, quick. And he's like motioning you as to get inside the door as kind of as quick as possible. Being all not kind of suspicious like, but you don't really know why he's acting all suspicious. As you go inside his house, however, you'll see that there are vast chem lab sort of devices everywhere of like Bunsen burners, beakers, bubbling bits of liquid everywhere going through the spiral tubes and all around and making various concoctions and smells and smokes and stuff like that. There's also on a desk, there's 5 different humidors. They all look like they would have cigars in them or something like that. And definitely, he has also got a weird lighter collection on the wall of various different lighters. A small hammock hangs from kind of it's not really two stories, this windmill, but it's like it's that type where it's like a half second floor where up there is a hammock that hangs above and a bookshelf full of various different books that are unlabeled but very colorfully decorative. And I guess to you guys' left from the front door is kind of what you'd call a quote-unquote a kitchen. He's got basically a cauldron that's just cooking chili the whole time, and this like weird box thing that actually looks more like a trapezoid. And there is steam, or maybe there's definitely a fog coming out of that trapezoid type of machine that's next to the door, next to the cauldron, funny enough, while everything else, there's loads of open fires and lots of smoke. It is a little hard to see in that room because of what's going on, but that's kind of what you go into as you get into his house. And when you get into his house, he starts running up the ladder that goes up to the balcony second floor thing and starts rummaging through something that you can't quite see up there at this time. He's like, I know I've got it in here somewhere.
Endeavor.
Where'd it go?
Endeavor. I thought you said you were some kind of adventuring information broker politician. Is that what you said, right?
Yes, that
But
is
now
true.
you're also a tinkerer? You said an artificer. I've heard that term before. It's been a long time, though.
Well, that's morely of a very, very part-time thing. I only say that because obviously the host here is asking me questions, and so I'm kind of like trying to provide
Yes.
things what I can.
As you
Of
are
course, I've got.
having this small discussion, Lex jumps from the top row of his second balcony, and he's got this small box that's in his hands. He jumps down. He's like, I've got the perfect idea, fellas. And he runs over to his desk, and he opens up the box. Inside the box is actually a toolkit, various kind of for machining stuff. And he's like, okay, so I've had a thought, and I might be able to help you guys. Considering the fact that you guys may not have a ride, now, there are 2 ways we could do this, especially if, well, what exactly are your plans? I guess I am getting ahead of myself. I just figured I could help you, because I know this thing. We do have to go into the no zone to do it, but let me sit back a little bit and hear what you have to say. And he sits back on this, like, kind of like mini, recliner chair that's built to his size, and he lights up a cigar from one of the humidors next to his seat. And what's actually, when he's smoking it, it's actually got this nice light bluish teal smoke, and on the ash itself is also kind of a steel blue sort of color, and it burns with a green from this leaf that you guys really don't know about. It's kind of a reddish, it's a red looking cigar, as it burns the way that it does through as he's puffing and listening to you guys, wondering what your plan actually is. Because yeah.
Well, to continue the conversation we were having, well, if you're a tinkerer, this might be able to help you. And Vale unties a bag that he's got like, kind of on the back of his belt, and he opens it up, hands it to Endeavor, and says, "This is full of a handful of spare parts. So you see me use my sabers, right? It's got spare parts for my saber, as well as that little cube you might have seen me using and messing around with. Maybe you can use these."
Ooh, what do you got there? And Lex also takes an interest in what you have in the bag, just because it's a bag full of parts, and you can see that with his excitement expression that he also likes to build. He might be interested in doing any sort of like little thing as he's trying to peek into the bag.
Vale uses his abilities and he lets it go of the bag, but using his abilities, he just hovers there, and at the same time, he pulls out his main saber. I mean, obviously, Lux doesn't know about the secondary one, and his holocron, and he kind of shows them to him. Well, this bag is full of repair parts for these two objects here. This handle-looking one is my weapon. So, and he ignites it, and you see a white blade just
Whoa,
ignite.
that's cool. Is it
and-
like one of those what do they have in one of the big cities? It's like a it's powered by like this really weird rock. I have yet to get one of myself, but the way that it works is somehow this rock is like powered through this ionic magnetic field inside this little device, thus igniting it into any sort of shape that you want based on like what you program the laser ions to actually uphold into the sort of weaponry. I've seen this in biometric kinetics in people, especially in the big cities.
It's pretty close to that. And Bill
Whoa.
reaches into the bag and pulls one of those crystals out. He's got a couple of them in there. He pulls one out and he says to him, "See, I actually got a couple," and puts it back in. And then this cube I use to, I guess you could say, meditate is a way we could put it. It lets me understand things, research things, knowledge, that kind of stuff, from things I previously studied, maybe not memorized completely. But I figured, maybe Endeavor can use some of this stuff, and he reaches over to give it to Endeavor, the bag.
Endeavor takes it into his hands, and he also immediately says, "This is definitely something I can work with. In fact, I'm very familiar with. I think I've encountered these before. You're quite incredible."
Yes, please don't use all of it. I don't have enough parts to make exactly a second saber or second one of these cubes, but I do use some of those parts to repair mine when it gets torn up and stuff, Although luckily I haven't had any hard encounters as of late. He turns off the saber and puts the stuff away. Lex, you said we might have to go in the no zone. That's interesting, actually. That means that we could stop by I guess I could, since you don't like being over there. But the mayor said he'd let me borrow some filtration gear so that the stuff we have won't break down on us if we're gonna head to the no zone.
Well, see about the mayor. I don't trust that guy.
Oh, trust me, I don't either.
The thing about him is, when he says that he wants you to go into, what exactly did he say he wanted you to do?
Well, you told me to get a world map, right?
Huh?
Yeah, I got one. But I made a deal with him that he was gonna give me a world map in order for me to.
You made a deal?
Yeah, I convinced him instead of me just paying for a world map, because I don't like free money. It feels weird. I convinced him to let me do a job for him.
And you're
And
actually
the job
gonna do
was
it?
to. Am I actually gonna do the job?
Yeah.
Probably not. Well, it depends if it's on the way. Maybe get a second map. But I convinced him to let me do a job for him. We got to go to the no zone to some laboratory and plug in some file thing to get him some files and blah blah blah. And he said once we did that, he'd give us a map. But I was able to, I guess you could say, commandeer one from him before that.
Lex takes another puff from his cigar, and then he flicks the ash off in a little ashtray next to him, and he's like,
I've heard about that before. There was one other guy who also did something like that close. He didn't make it back. The mutants, they're kind of... there's a lot of bad stuff out there, okay? And especially 5 miles in. The laboratory in which he speaks about is true. And honestly, I wanted to go there myself, but for a very different reason, to also help you guys. Figured I'd help with transportation. Anyway, the mission that he wants you to do in sending some sort of files that are there, you're not gonna find them. I've been there many times myself, and I never found anything interesting along the lines of that. But there are several other things that we could get, which is why I think if we went together, we could get the goods, and we could, you could use them for whatever you're doing on your travels, and especially with me, because honestly,
So you
I
mean what
figured-
we're going to do on our travels, right, Lex? You said you
Yeah.
want to join us, right?
Right, yeah, of
Okay.
course. And I know exactly the opportunity to get us some transportation. Okay, actually, I know another way, but that also depends on. All right, I'll be straight honest with you guys. So the thing is, oh wait, no. How many people are in your party? it's just you and him, right?
No, Lex. There's 6 of us in total. There's Endeavor here.
Okay.
There's myself. Then there's Invisiboy, or NK as he calls him. I'm gonna start calling him Invisiboy. I just thought of that because he's invisible. And then there's an elf. We have an elf in our party.
Oh,
You're gonna think she's kind of tall.
Eh,
She's
huh?
like 6 foot tall. Yeah.
oh my, that's all right.
Then there's some kind of other alien 2 dudes. I don't know. One guy's kind of big. One guy's kind of robotic. I don't know. I haven't got a chance to talk to either of them very much. But it's 6 of us in total.
This could complicate things. You see, what I'm thinking about is, there's this really large research truck that's actually down there. I've tinkered with it a few times, but to get it actually operable, it's missing a few things, and I'm starting to think we might actually have to go to the second research center, which is deeper in the nose zone, which there are many mutants throughout the nose zone. I've avoided them myself because as a little guy, I can only do so much. But anyway, what's at the first research center though that we could possibly use is there's all these bits of equipment that maybe we could take, dismantle, and then use into either weaponry or any sort of other devices we could possibly use. I've tinkered with a few of them, but since they're so large, I could never really bring them back. Along with the truck itself. It's rather big, actually, except there is one thing. It's a cab built for 2. It's got a massive bed meant for carrying large cargoes, but it's not exactly ideal if you have 8 people sitting in the, or not 8 people. Sorry, if you have like 4 extra people sitting in the back of its bed. But it is possible. There is the.
Well, do you have
other-
a second idea?
I do. It's stealing the mayor's cars. You see,
Well, do we ever plan on coming back here?
you do plan on coming back here?
I'm asking, do we ever plan on coming back here?
Well, I don't know. That's
Do you
your.
ever want to come back here?
I mean, well, maybe.
Do you have extreme tie? I don't say extreme ties, but ties. Reasons you want to come back?
I suppose.
Because I mean, I don't enjoy breaking the law, but if we got to do what we got to do. We got to do what we got to do.
Sure. There might be one reason for me to actually stay in this, or want to come back to this town. There's this girl elf. You see, always had a thing for her. Just, being cooped up in my lab and not really sure how to actually do any sort of approaching skills. She's this nurse. Her name's Kelby, actually. She's very nice. And I've known her since I was a kid. But, I suppose... I mean, sure, we're like pals, but I guess her situation's a little weird. But I guess that's really the only reason why I'd come back here is because that she's here. I know that sounds probably cringe, but it's true. And the fact that she, she's pretty, cares for others, she's a midi elf, and I'm all of this. I guess you could say I'm a sort of a chemist, I guess you could say, and mechanic in a weird sense. Yeah, I suppose both of us could get along, but it's just one of those things, I guess it would be kind of hard. Well, if we do this right, maybe if we do this fast enough, the mayor may not know. Because you see, the thing about his vehicles is he's got two of them. One of them being this kind of smaller, like work truck that he has. It he takes it to Slank every now and then, like about 3 to 6 months each term that he goes to there to get whatever he gets. Personally, I make sure that I'm never in Slank when he's in Slank, but that's just me. I don't want other people knowing exactly what I'm doing. The other thing is, though, he's got this really nice, fancy saloon car. Now, I can definitely tell it's tuned. It's definitely not on its original parts, but he only ever takes that if he's ever going on business trips to Azilla, okay? And it's really nice. But the thing about those two vehicles is we'd have to take them both, considering the fact that our parties are your party is so big they wouldn't fit in one car.
So let me get this straight. Our options, right, for transportation are: go to the no zone, get a big truck with only 2 seats, driver and passenger, and then everybody else would have to jump in the bed. Or steal one of the mayor's cars, at which point we still have to steal both because they both can't fit everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Technically, what I've tinkered with the giant truck is it's huge. It could definitely take the weight of all of us. And I know that with what, if I could fix it in time, we would be fine with that truck. There's also the thing about the licensing issues for all those vehicles. So those 2 vehicles that belong to the mayor, they're obviously registered to the mayor. If we ever get caught, either one of those, we're in deep trouble. I mean, like, we might get sent to gladiatory prison. I don't want to go there, especially as me. You know what I'm saying? But if we take the research truck, technically it's listed as abandoned, just like the research facility. So either, if it ever pops up on a piece of like any sort of database, they would either see it as either abandoned or repurposed, and then we'd have to come up with an actual good excuse on why we have it. But technically, I guess I'll be honest. I don't have a driver's license. I know how to drive from a long time ago, but did anyone ever explain to you how the ID system in this world works? And how dangerous this could actually be? Okay.
Well, anyway, so he goes into his pocket and he pulls out what kind of looks like a driver's license. I guess an ID card. On it, it has his name, and he's registered as on his rank as a level F elf civvy. Not a permit to drive underneath.
You see, these cards, I guess I am in the system, if you guys want to know that. The way that this all works, you see, I got this license in Slank. It's pretty poppin' place. Yeah, actually, it's pretty cool. I'm getting distracted. It allows me to have my allowance as well, and technically it's not even that big of an allowance because I never really use it. I only make 400 cheddar a week, in a sense, and it stays 400 cheddar a week unless I actually spend it, but then it's only capped at 400 cheddar. You see, the way that some of this works is when you're capped at your allowance, that's all you get to use. You get it once a week, but if you never use it, it never builds up either. That's the way that, I guess the court has sort of balanced the system. So, with that, I can't really buy too much, but Where was I going with all this?
And he like looks up into the sky, realizing that he went too far off track to figure out what exactly the main goal of this conversation was going on about. He's just-
Driver's licenses for vehicles and registration.
Right, yes, right. Anyway, so the thing is while my driver's license doesn't say I can't technically drive, if we were to pull this off, we would need to somehow make sure that we're never doing anything. Essentially, we just got to be careful. Because honestly, the guards, they're pretty cool. I mean, if you get a lot of the times they may check if I have a proper license, since I'm me, and they might, if we get to Slank, they're pretty eased up over there. But there occasionally may be a few Royal Templar guards, you know what I mean? And those guys, I don't want to mess with those guys. But with that, they might just check me because it would be kind of weird as me driving a huge truck. So I'm just warning you guys. But hey, I'm down for anything spicy, to be fair. So just laying it out, You either go with the big truck that may or may not work in the end, because there are a few bits missing from it, or we go and steal the mayor's vehicles, which I may have an inkling on where they are, but not specifically. They're not more in the no zone, I can tell you that. They're actually deeper in the woods that you guys came out of, but I'm not sure where.
Well, you said this truck in the no zone. You said it's missing parts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where to find more parts?
Probably the other
'Cause we
research.
So if we find more parts, I can fix it.
Right. I mean,
No problem.
I can also fix it too. I don't mind. But...
I can fix it to make it working as if it was brand new. Fix it.
Oh. How do you do that?
It's a technique I've picked up over time.
That's kind of cool.
But like you said, you have a reason to come back here. How big is the bed of this truck, first off?
Oh, well, I'd say it's around 15 feet. It's rather large. It was meant for basically carrying small cargo containers on top. So the suspension is really heavy-duty stuff. It can take very, very heavy loads. I would guess as far as like about 16 tons worth, if I was around.
Oh, well, that should be plenty big enough for our entire group.
I mean, you would all have to sit in the back. That's the issue that I have. And I'm gonna be real with you. It's only powered by 15.8 Letterman. So it's not going to be fast. It's going to be very slow. It's a very slow, kind of old tech diesel sort of motor. It's going to be it's not going to be fast. It's definitely torquey because of, it carries weight, but it's not going to be fast. And if we are going to go to Slank with that vehicle,
he starts calculating numbers in his head.
if I was to guess, maximum speeds of those was only around 75 to 80 miles an hour. Slank is about 1,200 miles away. Top speed. It'd be several days if I was flooring it the whole time.
If you were flooring.
And fuel. Well, that thing needs actual diesel fuel, not the nuclear batteries that are also up there too.
Well, you see. Well, so it's a 15-foot, first off. It's a 15-foot bed. That's big enough to put a car on.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if we wanted to, we could just steal one of the mayor's cars anyways, right? And with the truck.
I suppose, but that would deal with fuel consumption, adding more weight. I mean,
Sure.
imagine carrying
Anyways.
you and the car.
Beside that point, you still have. No, you're new to the party. I don't want a reason to hold you back. Okay. So like you said, there's this young lady, right?
Yeah.
You're very interested in. Maybe we could go meet her. Maybe you can say, "Hey, I'm leaving town," and maybe just want to let her know, like, "Hey, leaving town. and say hi to her one last time.
I s- I
Not that, you're
suppose.
gonna be gone for forever, but maybe something could come of it. Maybe she could come with us.
Oh, I don't know about that. She's still dealing with all the minor trauma people. There was an accident about a week ago. Some people will order specific materials from the mines that we actually have out in the no zone. She usually stays to help those people out. I don't know if she'd really come with, especially since she's one of the only Medi-Elves we have in town.
Well, if the problem is the people from this accident, I could help with that. But you gotta remember, Lex. Things left unsaid. You never know what will happen.
You do have a point. I don't know.
The worst she can say is no, right?
Yeah, well, what if I don't want her to say no? I mean, like, what?
I understand, Lex. I was young once. I understand. I get it. The order I was a part of long ago didn't let us have attachments, you could say. So I never had the ability to get to know somebody like that. So you definitely have my envy. However, I understand, even though I wasn't allowed to have attachments, I still had a young lady on my mind many days.
Why?
Many days I did. But it's beside the point. Anyways, I still think it'd be a good idea for you to say goodbye to her right before we leave, at least. If she wants to come, she can come. I don't have anything against that. The more, the merrier. I say, but I mean, if we go over there right now, I can help out with the injury problem at the very least.
I know that the accidental cause was like 40 people, something like that. 40 of us elves mixed with mutants. I do have an idea, and you are right. I'll tell you what.
I could do 40. It'd just be very draining.
No, maybe she shouldn't get involved. Especially with. You said you were looking for an 8-foot tall elf when we were talking?
Yeah.
The first time?
Yeah.
You're looking for someone important whom I've never seen. You have no idea where she is and you don't know where you're going.
I've never seen her before, actually.
You're right. I'm just making. I'm trying to recollect what you said last time. Get yourselves ready. Look around my shop. See if you need anything. I'll be right back. But before I leave, what exactly do you want to do? Because this is definitely. We gotta have one or the other. We're taking either big truck or we're stealing 2 vehicles. I don't want to risk taking like the truck and the other vehicles, especially with.
And he starts to analyze your filtration devices.
Technically, if those are what I think they are, they're pretty good, but they're gonna the deeper you go in the no zone, the thicker the radiation. I feel like you're gonna burn through all your gear that you got on. Which means
this gear will be insignificant. I mean, I know we don't trust the mayor, but right now he trusts me to do this job for him.
But it's
I mean, he's giving me a bunch of equipment. He pulls out the radio and shows him. He's giving this to me so that I can contact him.
I'd avoid
But
that.
he's even promised respirators and other filtration masks and things for us, for the entire team to go as well. But as I see it right now, do we even have a choice to not go into the no zone?
Only if you want to get out of town as soon as possible by stealing the mayor's vehicles. But that also comes with if we can do that.
But my friend Endeavor here, he needs equipment, and we're only going to find that in the no zone, right? We have you, who's an alchemist, and this man who's a tinkerer, and myself, who is I guess you could say a mechanic of some kind. The three of us could definitely get that truck working. Maybe we could mount some seats in the bed. I don't know. At the very least.
There were a bunch of office chairs we could take apart. Maybe make some makeshift sheets out of that.
There are probably a bunch of boxes there too. You said there's a bunch of equipment and
Oh,
other
yeah.
things that we could take apart.
Loads.
We could probably put some boxes together and take a bunch of the stuff with us on the bed too.
In fact, if I remember correctly, there was also a defense sentry that was on the roof. Maybe there's a way to mount that to the back of the truck somehow. But that's too much complication. Especially with...
And he's trying to like look at your watch, and he's like,
How much time do you have left?
I look at my watch.
"You have
How much time do I
about,
have left?
you have about, I'd say around 19 some hours left. About like 1946 left on it."
I've got about 19 and 3/4 hour left.
Well, the thing is, with that particular truck, I noticed it was missing some driveline material. It should also have a better transmission as well. I noticed that they put an aftermarket transmission with that motor. The thing is, the original one did better to do torque displacement for the actual driveline on that truck. If
So
we could-
well, here, I see the best possibility for us. I see is to go into the nose zone to get equipment, right?
Uh-huh.
Although I'd love to have a very fancy car. Maybe we can come back later and take that, since I see you kind of perked up when we were talking about that
Well,
fancy
I mean,
car.
if I'm honest, if we go to Slank, there's better rides in that town. We could just simply abandon the truck. But then again, we put so much work in. Maybe it's best if we keep. I don't know. That's up to you
Well,
guys. I'm
maybe.
just saying.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, Lex. With you as a sort of alchemist, Endeavor here as a sort of tinkerer, and myself as a sort of mechanic, maybe we can work on the truck together. Maybe we can retrofit some things. You said it works on an old diesel engine.
Yeah.
Maybe with my interface ability, he lifts up his left cybernetic arm and it opens up. You see, there's a little bit of a screen there. He takes a plug out. With this thing here, maybe we can diagnose, and maybe we can even make it into a nuclear cell. I know it'd be complex. I know it'd be difficult,
Doing anything
but
nuclear.
it wouldn't be impossible.
I don't know.
And he starts kind of like mumbling to himself, trying to do various calculations in his head, trying to figure out how he can probably retrofit some sort of nuclear powered engine into the truck itself.
I just technically nuclear fusion or a nuclear fusion engine transfer is technically possible, but you'd have to do a whole engine replacement, and I have to find the actual nuclear engine laying around, which I never have. Now there is the second research center, which is another 5 miles away from the first one. And with the thick radiation of the possibility, it'd be very difficult if we would be stretching it if we were to sneak to the other research center. I've only ever been there once, and it wasn't for very long because it got overrun by mutants, and they are some bad boys. But if we're gonna do this, we need to go. Well, I think the three of us could do it. I think. Oh. I just remember, I have a friend in Slank! Well, okay, when I say friend, I guess it's more of like the rare occurrence that I actually make it to town, and he kind of knows me slightly. He's got an interesting auto shop. He technically works on military-type vehicles. If we could take the truck there, maybe we can do a nuclear fusion engine swap. We could do that. But I think if we work with what we have now, and then get to the town, that is a possibility.
As I see it.
Sounds really intriguing. I'm liking it so far.
And the research facility is actually a pretty... Okay, when I say it's big, it is big, but not too big. Because I've explored most of the floors on it, and I did notice that there was some variety different fuels in the basement. Could never actually figure out which ones though, because every time I went down there, I got invaded. So I had to get the heck out of Dodge. And I never got to look in those barrels. Maybe you guys, if we all went there, we could find out what's in those barrels. Maybe there's extra diesel. Maybe there's something else we can use.
Maybe. To go into the no zone, really your only worry, other than the second laboratory with the mutants, is
Oh no, they're at both of
the
them.
radiation, right?
There's more at the second one, but there's the way that the no zone kind of works is about 3 miles. Since we're on the very edge of the no zone, the radiation isn't thick enough for those weird mutant creatures to survive. They thrive on thick radiated air. But the deeper we go in, the more they thrive. So technically, we'd be up against kind of like scrawnier versions to like lesser packs at the first one that I've noticed. But at the second one, there's definitely a lot more. Going to the second one is a huge risk for you guys. I mean, obviously, I can breathe the radiation. I'm fine. But for you, I don't know how long you'll last. You would need to make sure that you brought a lot of filtration gear, at least replacement filters anyway.
I could probably get, from the mayor, I could probably get 6 masks. Because there's 6 of us on the team. Well, 7 now with you, but we don't want anybody to know that, right?
I mean,
Keep it on the down low. 'Cause what if for some reason they come after us? I don't want you to get in trouble for something that we might have done.
well, the way I see it,
And I might be able to ask the mayor for a couple extra filtration for a couple extra filters, too.
personally, I wouldn't ask that guy for any extra stuff. I want to make sure we do this on the down low, away without him knowing. Here's the thing. He does dealings with the court. I'm not sure what they are, but it makes me kind of, every time I see that guy, I don't really trust him. Even though that one day when we met and I was trying to have that weird parade, that was for a different reason. But this, I don't know. You ever just get that
Well,
gut
you
feeling that
wouldn't-
you shouldn't tell him anything?
Oh no, I definitely do. I don't trust him at all, but I've got a good sense if he trusts me. Unless you have another way of getting filtration masks and filters.
We could steal him. Technically. If we went to his
Steal 'em?
house and we went into his garage, where the cars aren't stored, by the way. You see, he opens up his garage as sort of a, whenever any sort of like researcher team comes into town, he does have some supplies in that garage. But it's not by much. And usually he, calls for a high bargain, but if we steal him, we don't have to worry about that part. But it is surrounded by a bunch of the Green Legion. And, well, maybe since you guys have been friendly with the Green Legion lately, they might be okay with you going in. I'm not sure, but I do have one idea. Perhaps you go get started on getting all the gear, and I'll head out to the no zone first. See what I can scrounge around, try to help out and get this done as fast as possible. Because I get the feeling that the longer you stay here, the more you're noticed by that guy. Actually, those 2 guys. The mayor and that old fella. Like that really old fella.
The old fella.
Yeah. What was his name again?
Psoriasis? Is that what his name was?
No, Skull, maybe Scullius, Skull Terrace, Skull.
Scoliosis?
One of those. Anyway, he also used to work for the court.
That's nice.
Either way, I can go up ahead. I can definitely get up there on my own with no trouble, and then I can meet you there. If you actually have another radio, that would definitely help.
Well, I did have another radio,
Where
but I
is it?
gave it to one of the other party members.
Oh,
Nadira, the elf, the tall elf.
I-
It's tall to you guys.
Oh.
Normal height for the rest of the team, but
let me go
Yeah.
and see if I can find something.
He gets off his chair and he goes back up to the balcony and starts rummaging through this one particular trunk that he may just have a lot of stuff in. You don't quite know. You start seeing things kind of fly out of it, some like various bits of junk, and kind of like maybe you start to see some of these junk pieces, and you're like, maybe we should bring some of those pieces along, as they look kind of important. As he's throwing stuff around and things like that. Although I think
Can
we
I
do
make
need
an
to.
investigation check to see what
It-
some of the stuff is?
Yeah, you can totally do that. Go ahead and roll. I need to go bathroom real fast, so I'll be right back.
Okay. What is it? Investigation. So you have any ideas? Which side we should go for? Steal it or just go grab it from him because he's willingly giving it to us, and then either go to the no zone or steal his cars.
I definitely like the idea of getting the big truck because nobody owns that one. We can totally. I'm definitely liking that one. Just cause so that way we don't like cause any like political problems. Like if
Trust me, it's too late for that. Oh, so close. We're so close to getting a critical roll. Yeah. Or maybe there's some other stuff in his garage that'd be useful.
yes, those would be very helpful if he has any here.
Yes. Oh, what is that? 26. Got a 26 on the roll. Crazy. I wonder if Lex has any storage devices.
Okay, I'm back. What'd you get for investigation?
26.
Wow, okay. So, with the stuff flying everywhere out of this trunk, you notice that there's actually, there's an arm, like a bionic arm of some kind that has stuff coming out of it. There's also this kind of, what looks like to be an unfinished firearm of some sort. It's got its barrel attached to the kind of the firing chamber that it has, and a stock and a whole trigger system, but it doesn't look like it's operable for some reason. It's like missing, it's got holes within its firing system that looks like it's missing key components. There's also a pair of these nunchucks that are kind of, they got like spikes on the end of them. They look kind of like more of a movie prop than anything else, but you know, they are nunchucks and they do look like they would hurt if used. There's also a bunch of lint and some pants, and there's also,
What kind of pants?
well, there's a pair of sweatpants, a pair of jeans. They're all his size, so you know they're all small. And there's also some bits of jewelry that look like all the gems have been robbed off of them for some reason. And some gears, some nuts and bolts, important like machined pieces of metal that look like they fit in
Did
the.
you say gears?
Yes.
Okay.
And machined pieces of metal for some reason, and some other bits and bob. Some of them look like they're important. Some of them maybe not. There's also.
Do I see any bits and bobs that would match the partially assembled firearm?
Not particularly. It doesn't really look like they would stand out to you with this particular firearm. It definitely looks like sort of an unfinished project, or maybe a stolen project used to maybe be fixed or something like that. It looks like it had been kind of tinkered on a little bit, as it's sort of some of the like the little screws that are actually in it look like they've been like taken off and re-put back on a few times for different purposes.
Do I see any bags?
Bags?
Yeah, bags.
Kind
Kind of like leather bags. Kind of like
Oh.
I had a bag of like my parts and stuff.
Not really. Everything in there is kind of just like, it's more, it's very open with how he's throwing everything. It doesn't look like anything was really put away in another container. It looks like just anything he had that was random just got shoved in this box. And he's throwing stuff as we're currently looking for stuff. And eventually from what you can see from above, because that's where it's all happening, is he pulls out his own walkie-talkie. He's like,
Yes, I got it. All right.
and then he
Well,
goes,
as those bits are flying through the air, I use my abilities to catch the cybernetic arm, the bits and bobs of the firearm, and the nunchucks, and I kind of like slowly bring him towards me. I'm like, and I holler up to Lex, I was like, "Hey Lex, can I borrow these for what?"
Uh,
And I had him this like in the air in front of me.
well, I was working on those. Actually, I was gonna do a self-implant with that bionic arm on me, and the rifle. Well, that one's been kind of a mystery to me. Oh, and those nunchucks come from that one favorite film that I really like, Disaster Conflict 2, and with the guy, Bradicus. He's kind of cool, you know, and technically those are a fake. They're not real movie props, but you know, I may or may not have taken them from the museum because the case was open, but that's kind of a long story.
and he's sort of just like, he's like trying to, you know, he's stammering over his words. He's like a little bit, and he's like, yeah, I may have taken those. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe we can get a reward for returning them.
I don't know. Not many people went to that little thing in Slank. Those, I mean, I figured I'd learn how to use them one day, and well, obviously I haven't. But the firearm is definitely that gun you're holding is supposed to be some
Is
sort
it a
of
rifle or a handgun?
It's a rifle.
Okay.
The rifle that you're holding in that hand is supposed to be some particular sniper, but I haven't actually found all the firing chamber bits for it and the power source because it's actually a plasma rifle of some kind. I don't know which series, but it's one of those. I haven't found a book on them yet, so you know it's not my area of expertise, but you know it's something I figured I'd fix or build or enhance or something eventually. But as you can kind of see, I'm a little busy with everything else.
Oh, of course. Well, in that case, let's put the nunchucks back. But maybe I can take a look at the rifle. I'm pretty techie. Not quite the right word.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at figuring things out. And then this cybernetic arm. I mean, I know you just met me, but I could help you install it, obviously. And he kind of wiggles his own arm. Like, I've been working on mine for quite a long time.
Aha. I mean, that'd be kind of cool. I just don't have any, I don't have any of the right ports installed in my head or any part of my body yet. It's kind of a long process converting a normal, organic being into a cybernetic-styled cyborg person. The only people who can really get away with doing that are the Rippers.
Is it an elf-sized arm or like a normal human-sized arm?
It actually is a normal human-sized arm that he has, and obviously if he wore it, it would definitely be disproportionate to his body.
Well, first off, Lex, you do realize the size of this arm, right?
Yes, I know about the size. Everyone was saying to me, "Oh, you shouldn't have stolen that arm," and I'm like, "But I wanted, you know."
Where'd you
be
get the
cool.
arm from, actually, now that I think about it?
I stole that from Slank. I'm sorry. I'm not a klepto. I just, you know, I saw it in the
Okay.
trash, and I just figured.
Hey, and one man's
know.
trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, it was behind the. What building was that?
Hey, how about this? I'll help you get an arm that will suit you, the right size for you, one of these days coming up. How about that?
Well, you see, I did. Well, I wanted to be a little bigger. You know, being 4'1" just isn't fun.
Well, then maybe I could get you some kind of exosuit.
Maybe. I really don't know. I wanted to play around with it, see what I could get it to do, and then somehow mount it on me as maybe more of like an extension, kind of like a gauntlet sort of deal, instead of like a full-blown cybernetic arm. I'm not sure, but
Oh, well, then I could definitely help with that.
I mean, I kind of thought it'd be cool to have it actually as an arm, but then talking to a Ripper would be kind of hard to do to get the fundings, especially with only 400 cheddar a week. You know, those guys cost like tens of thousands. You know, it's crazy.
I mean, I could help you make some kind of armor, exosuit, gauntlet kind of thing. Increase your strength and durability. What do you
but-
think about that?
Oh, maybe. I don't know, but maybe I'll think about it.
Hey, it's yours, so I'm not just gonna take it. It's yours.
You know, if
But I
we,
mean, I was always yeah.
if we went to Slank, maybe we could find a. No. Well, man.
Because I'm always on the lookout of finding bits and bobs to upgrade my own arm. That's why I was asking if I could borrow it.
Oh. Well, I guess you could borrow it just to look over it, and then you know.
Yeah, so if there's something I'd like, obviously I'd ask if I could swap out parts. So the part in my arm I'd put in this arm, and the part in that arm I'd put in my arm, right?
Sure.
I'd always ask you first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You. Sure. We're buds.
Yeah. Do you have any what are they called? From where I'm from, it's they call it a spatial storage. Have you heard of something like that?
You mean?
Oh, no, hang on. I actually have a device that is like that. I forget what I named it. It was a really cool name too.
Some people have them. They're kind of like leather bags that have like a really like bigger on the inside. Some of them are like chests. Some of them are vaults. I've even heard of some of them that are like you can connect them to your cybernetics, and it's almost kind of like an extra dimensional storage space kind of.
Hold on, I gotta look through all my notes that I wrote for cool things. Because I know I wrote something in the lore of this world that actually has something like that, and I forget what it's called. Oh, that's not as cool as I thought it was. Apparently I just called it an infocase.
An info case?
You mean an infocase? Yeah. Those are kind of like a very. Well, okay, technically an old technology, but very useful and very expensive, which is why they're usually only found in dark markets. But yeah, I guess we have something like that. You know, something to store more stuff in it than you think, but they're not really attached to you. They're sort of like a satchel, and then you can just sort of stuff anything through the hole and then try to fit it in there. It's got like some sort of wormhole-ish technology.
Yeah.
I don't fully know it myself. I never actually read the manual for one of those. Plus, sort of building one of those it's sort of a higher end item, and obviously they're not going to show you how the details work on those sorts of objects when just anywhere really. But maybe we can find some in Slank.
Of course. Well, in that case, you said you wanted to go to the No Zone, right,
Yeah,
Lex?
yeah. If we need to go and refix that truck.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the plan here. Well, first off, you're gonna go to the No Zone, and then Endeavor and I here are gonna go try to commandeer some more filtration mask or just filters. And then we'll meet back up somewhere in the No Zone, I guess, or back here.
Well, hang on. Let me get your frequency first on the radio, and then what I'm gonna getting to the research lab is actually quite simple. They left a few. Okay, I guess it's simple for me. It may not be actually that simple for you. I'm going to take.
And he pulls out like this kind of like shovel thing. It's not actually a shovel. It's more of like a pitchfork, but I guess it's kind of a spork of shovels in a sense, because it's not fully pronged, but it's not fully flat like a shovel. It definitely looks like a spork, but as a shovel, a really large spork.
I'm gonna take this, and I'll drag it across the ground. No, that's not gonna work.
And he throws it.
I forgot. There's high winds in that area. There's also radio lightning. That's interesting. You don't have anything. Hang on a second.
And he like goes into another cupboard and he starts rummaging around through that one.
While he's doing that, can I look around to see if there's anything else useful that I could borrow?
Sure. Yeah, roll for investigation.
Nat 20
Wow.
plus 8.
Okay. As you're looking around his lab, you'll notice that there is a pile of what kind of looks like the blasting berries that he was talking about are being made. You also notice that on the counter there are various bits of like these little triangular devices that on the inside could have the gems that he took from those rings from before, but they're glowing. They kind of look like, in a simple description, they look like the little arc reactors inside for Iron Man. They kind of look like those, but he's got a bunch of those and they're all different colors. Then there's also let's see, what else is that? Also, on the bookshelf that's not holding any of the books, it's just holding some various bits of items. There is it's basically a lot of lab equipment, some tongs, some gloves, some other like little some papers that are also laying in there, is like some diagrams. There's also actually a little row of capped tubed chemicals that aren't labeled at all, but they're all kind of similar color. They're all the same color but different shades. And then there's also an onion randomly there for no reason, and what else was on there? Oh, and some pencils, a whole stack of pencils. Other than that, everything else is kind of, well, okay, a lot of his stuff is put away, but kind of like there's just random chests kind of strewn around. Do you want to open any of them?
I ask Lex. Lex, before we split up, is there anything else you think that might be useful?
He kind of sits there for a moment. Here, and he throws basically what he found in the drawer cupboard from upstairs. It's a large black rubber glove.
I took this from one of the researchers' hazmat suits. I figured if you covered up your bionic arm, the lightning may not get you, especially if you're wearing any metal anywhere else. You might want to let me know.
I mean, I have a metal leg too.
Okay, hold on a second.
And then he like kind of dives in again. He's rummaging around. He's like,
I don't have any pants. That's a shame.
Lex, what are those things sitting over there on that table with the rings, and what are those gems? What are those over there? Those look pretty fun.
Those are my little generators, powered by specific stones. Honestly, I don't have any fancy names for them, but the little gems that I find in some of these rings that I stole, I found out that they actually have different properties, and if I connect them to certain things, they generate a particular force. Now, they don't go to that gun, if you're wondering that, but they do go to this.
No, I can tell they don't.
and he pulls out this kind of like, it looks kind of like a toy gauntlet, but on the outside of it, it looks like there's a place where you can put those little arc reactor generator things inside.
Oh, my soul.
What? A soul?
I said, "Oh my soul."
Oh my soul.
I know. I just see where you're going with this.
Yeah, if you put them in this gauntlet thing that I sort of makeshift out of a... Yeah, okay, I stole this glove too from a kid, but that's a long story. He owed me this glove! Anyway, with this, you can actually do all sorts of cool things with it.
And he jumps down off the barrier of the thing.
Now, I would show you, but I like my house. Plus, there's a lot of explosive liquid here if I was to use a few of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best to show you if we're no, maybe not there, because a lot.
Not in the no zone.
No, not in the no zone either, because there's a lot of methane leaks from when those mutants die. They do release a gas, highly flammable, and and very what's the word I'm looking for? Very hyper to exploding if just in the area of sort. Highly reactive. There we go. Highly reactive gas. Even like any sort of like, let's just say I've learned from experience to not accidentally scrape metals together and make sparks and then get sent 30 feet into the air and then almost get myself
sounds like
impaled.
sounds like something not to do.
Yeah,
But you got to remember, Lex. Once we leave here, in a bit, other than to come back to get the rest of our party, we probably won't be coming back to Taterton for a while.
Oh, I know. I mean, this glove is definitely coming with me.
I mean, the glove does actually fit him. Like he, yeah, it definitely not oversized or anything like that.
I was actually thinking about somehow integrating this technology into that bionic arm of yours over there. And I figured if
That's
I could...
actually what I literally just had the same thought.
Oh, well, great minds think alike, eh? But yeah,
Could I? Would it be possible just to borrow one of those and
sure.
see if it's possible to tinker with it? Well, not tinker with it, but see if it'd be possible to integrate it into the bionic arm.
Yeah, you could.
I could work on that for you.
Yeah. So the red one, mostly, you'll be surprised. It's actually ice. I know, it's weird. You think the color red would be fire, but no, apparently it's an ice thing. The green one, it has sort of this weird, gooey, sort of, now honestly, it's really good for, patching walls.
As he points to a particular area of his house that looks like it had been blown off at one point and then re-sealed with like a really hardened sealant of some kind wrapped around new pieces, or not new pieces of wood, but definitely the wood does not fit the rest of the tree. It definitely looks like planks that have just been like splattered there with the substance that comes out of this little generator device.
And then this blue one, yeah, that's the that one actually does lightning. So I guess that one kind of makes more sense. But lightning's not blue. And then this white one over here, I haven't actually figured out what the white one does yet. You see, everything I tried on it, it didn't really seem to work. It kind of gives off this weird cloud. And it's full of, and it's sparkly, but then nothing happens. I haven't figured out that one yet.
That's very, very interesting.
Cause here, watch this, and he like takes the white one, and he puts it in the glove, and then he fires it. And as he's fired it at you specifically, you actually feel slightly refreshed, and from that, you've actually slightly healed from your other previous damages. Where'd my pencil go? Oh, there it is.
I have damage. When did I take damage?
You took damage when your hand was crushed by
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, now your hand definitely has now fully healed, and feels pretty good, and you're back to normal.
Hey, I'm kind of like flexing my hand a little bit. I'm like, Lex, I think I figured out what that does.
Oh yeah? What does it do?
It seems kind of similar to a healing, I guess you could say, ability. Say, I shook one of the party members in the group when we met each other earlier. I shook one of their hands. He's a big guy, very, very strong, and I guess he doesn't know his own strength. He crushed my hand, and I think he fractured a couple bones, and my hand is totally fine now.
Wow. Well, that helps. I guess I was never hurt when I fired it on myself. Yes, I will admit, I definitely fired this thing on myself in a few applications. Don't ask. There were a few days where there were some misfires. It's not like I did it on purpose, but it definitely happened. Anyway,
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
so the
Um,
white thing does some sort of healing. So why does it heal though? That's stoned.
Starts muttering to himself again, trying to figure out why this white gem would cause healing properties.
You don't happen to just have like a normal satchel, would you? I mean, I gave the one I had to Endeavor with all those parts in it.
Well, I mean, I have my backpack, but that's all I have for any sort of transportable goods.
Okay. That'll be fine.
I gotta load that thing up if I'm gonna go to the no zone, though.
No, I understand. And then Phil walks over to where all the crystals are, arc reactor looking things, and he kind of picks up the blue one. He kind of just feeling it, and he wills some of the force abilities into it a little bit, just to test it out, see what would happen.
As you do so, the little arc generator begins to kind of shake at this random force that's now infecting it. And it starts to kind of sputter a little bit, and there's a weird whirling noise that you can hear coming from the generator. Or not the generator, the little device that it is.
Hey, what are you doing there?
I'm just picking up. I just want to look at it a little closer, and it very stop doing it.
It's never done that before.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that again.
Okay.
He's got a little bit. So he had the one satchel with all his gear, extra gear in it, but he had like a little pouch. He's got a pouch on his belt, and he puts it in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, let me pack my bag, and I'll go into the no zone ahead of you guys, right?
All right.
Are you gonna go meet the mayor for more filtration stuff?
Well, we're gonna meet him or steal him. One or the other.
All right.
I
Well,
still haven't decided yet.
I'll let you do your thing. I definitely got to. I'm just thinking we got to move fast on this, okay? Especially with your timers running out, and with honestly, I don't want him knowing that you're here for that long, out of your safety. Most of the other outsiders that have come through this place, 90% of them are dead.
That's not good.
Yeah, so I just want to. I'm more nervous for you guys because I don't want you. You know, you're really real people to talk to me. The other elves here think I'm kind of weird.
They don't see your ingenuity and your genius
Well,
like the rest of us truly do.
the thing is, the elves here, you know, they're nice people. You know, they are. They just don't, how should I say this? They don't like the fact that I like to work on stuff. A lot of them here are kind of more lazy-ish. They don't want to explore anymore. They just sort of fart around town here, and that's what they do. I mean, we have the mine. That's the only bit of work that they actually do, which I guess is good work. But most of the stuff that gets, you know, the ore that comes from here either goes into a batch of Radocaf. Well, that reminds me, I need to take a few cans with us. You guys didn't drink that stuff, did you?
Is that the thing that turns organics into living time bombs?
Yes. I have a feeling
Yeah,
that
or the invisible guy did.
Okay. Yeah, don't drink it, but get a few cans if you can. The unique properties in those cans are actually quite useful. And let me let you in on a little secret. The drink here is free, but anywhere else, super expensive. Well, okay, when I say anywhere else, I mean the city of Slank. That's the only city I've ever really been to, apart from this one. But, whew, the prices for one can of those is astronomical. It's like gold.
Well, I mean, if you want to grab a couple extra, since we're going to be in a hurry, we're running this way and that way trying to get filtration masks.
I mean, I understand that, but I'm going to be, you know, I got to get to the research lab as soon as possible to get that truck running as much as possible. So if you happen to see any extra cans, take them. If you don't, That's okay. I'm just letting you know that I can work with a lot of the properties that are in Right Oak Caf. I mean, it's basically liquefied radiation into a can. So, it's really good stuff.
Is it?
Yeah. Especially, I think it's the, no, that was the platinum version. The properties, hey, you know what? I don't have time to explain the properties. We gotta go. We
That's
gotta
okay.
move.
We're very busy.
And as he's saying all this, he begins to start packing his bag, and as he's doing so, you actually see this small table thing that looks like it's actually a box, not a table, that goes into the backpack that will take up most of the backpack itself, but it's pretty large. He starts putting in some herbs into it, fuel for some reason, and some liquids, as he's trying to shove it all in this backpack at the moment.
While he's doing that, I reach down and grab the other 3, so all 4 total of the crystal things, and I put them in my pockets.
Okay. And do you have the bionic arm? I kind of
Yeah, I got the bionic arm and the rifle. So the bionic arm I've fastened to. So I got the chain still right across my chest.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like over my shoulder, across my chest. I have fastened it to the back of it. So I've got a cape on, right? My picture shows me having a cape, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the bionic arm is fastened to the chain underneath my cape on my back.
Okay.
And then the rifle is done similarly next to it across the chain. But over the no, it's underneath it as well, next to it.
Hold on, I'm writing all your list down.
So I guess the barrel could be like slightly poking out of the corner of the cape. So like the cape is draped over it, but you could kind of see it coming out of the top and the bottom. I would, you said it's a sniper, right?
Yeah, it's pretty
So
big.
it's kind of long, yeah.
It's kind of too big for also Lex to use, but he definitely wanted to make it work and use it. But it definitely is built for a normal human.
Oh, you're not taking that rifle to the mayor, are you? You see, no one
Should
knows.
I not?
No one knows that I have that, and that's well, they're you see, he might get a little like, hey, why do you have that? And then get all try to take it from you, and then he might keep it on the down low. If you want, I'll take it with me to the no zone, and then we can stash it in the truck, and then that way it's hidden. Because he doesn't know. He doesn't. He doesn't know what's out there. He's too lazy to go see what's out there. He just sends.
I wanted to take a look at it on the way to the no zone.
Oh.
But yeah, you could take it with you, or maybe I can just leave it right here and kind of like point towards like where next to one of the chests. Like I can maybe leave it right here and come grab it before we go to the no zone.
Well, you see, what I'm thinking is once we build that truck, we should hightail it out of here.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's probably best you can come with me to come fix the truck, and then once it's done, I'll do some final looking around as you go and get your friends ready, and then I'll pull a mile outside of the city. Actually, no, make that a mile and a half outside of the city. There's only one road leading out of here, so it's pretty easy to figure out which road I'm talking about.
Okay, so me and Endeavor here will go to the mayor and either ask for or steal some masks and filters.
Yes.
And we'll meet you over at the lab, and we can get this truck running.
Right, and be sure to be on your guard, okay, of the mutants.
Okay.
Because, I've seen what they can do to metal. But then again, with that blade of yours, you might actually be able to counteract that. So, you know what? There's no problem. All right, let's go team!
As he finally shoves some cigars into his box. Actually, 2 packs of Nick Nukes. You can see the brand of the cigar that's on the box itself. But they actually look different to the ones that he was previously smoking. But yeah.
You got anything you needed to do, Endeavor? Before we go?
I'm sorry. What was that? What did you say? You the question?
Do you have any questions for our friend Lexi, or do you need anything? You see anything of use that'd be useful for you? Because I mean, you really still don't have any gear, do you? Yeah. How are you? How are
Yeah.
you with short blade weapons? Actually,
Um, I prefer not to use those, but if the times call for it, I suppose I can do so. So yeah, sword, blade is fine.
very well if the time comes. But you don't have anything you need to ask, Mr. Lexi?
You know, let me,
And he starts kind of like looking around his room like he's looking for something particular. He's like,
oh, no, that's back in the research zone. I have this really cool backpack. It's not really a backpack, actually. Or I guess it's a portable sort of workbench table device. What it does is when you activate it, it turns into a whole bench of various tools, various bits and bobs of small parts. Not anything too big, because it has to all be compacted. But it is a device. I mean, I left it up there so I could work on other stuff as like a secondary workstation. So once we get up there, you can borrow it. Once we're up there and stuff.
Oh, that sounds like wonderful news. I appreciate that.
And feel free to I've got some stuff stashed up there as maybe useful items, things like that. Like I said, there's also a whole sentry that I only ever took a quick glance at. It could be a working HME gun. Who knows? I never could jump high enough to reach the edge to do the parkour and then get all the way up there. But from what I could tell, this might be something. If you could get it off.
Well, I thank you for the info. I think that will be it from me for now.
Great.
Well, I guess we must be on our way then.
All right, team. Let's break.
Does he pop open a can right there?
yeah, he does pop open a can right there. He pulls out a random can from his actual trapezoid fridge, and he's like,
That's the good stuff.
and he's actually drinking a can of Rado Cap.
That's right. You guys can't have it. Yes, whatever you guys do, don't drink this. Only
Well, I've been told that cybernetic or part cybernetic beings can drink that.
Do you have filtration systems in your digestive system?
No.
Then don't do it, please.
Good to know.
That's kind of
Anyway.
what I'm talking about as part of that's what they're talking about as part of biomechanics. People who can drink that is if you have the right internal organ replacement, yes, you can drink it. But if you're organic in that department, don't.
Very well, very well. And make sure to bring this. And he hands back the rifle. He's like, make sure to bring this. I'd love to get that working for you.
Of course, yeah. I'll see what I can do. I just gotta stealth out of town with this.
And he's kind of it's a little awkward because of his size. It's so big compared to him. Best way to kind of look like it, I guess, size wise, it kind of looks like a Barrett size wise. So it's huge for him to carry, but he's kind of smiling. And he's down to sneak it out of there, see what he can do. And you know what? I think I will do a little thing for him. Oh, okay. Well, we have no problem. All right. So, yeah.
All right, guys, let's go.
And so all three of you walk outside of his windmill, and he's like,
I'll see you guys at the research center.
and he starts running because he knows he's got a lot of work to do before you guys get there. And he's hauling it with the really huge rifle in his hand. And weirdly enough, as everyone's actually outside doing their thing, they don't notice him running with a really large rifle. I rolled a
On the way over to... Endeavor. We're Yeah, Endeavor. We are going over to the mayor's place, right?
Yeah, I believe we are.
Okay. On the way over to the mayor's place, I grab my holocron and attach it to my arm, and I plug it into the other cybernetic arm to run a diagnostics test to see what's going on with it, see what the special points of it. If
As
there's
you
anything
do
that's
so,
better than my own arm.
when you do so, it pulls up a list of varying numbers and next to specific mechanics of the cybernetic arm. On the side of it, it's called. Where'd it go? It's called it's a pincer arm. It says pincer inactive. Some of the a big message will appear underneath it saying no power source detected. And even though it's registered as a pincer arm, it's most of it says that most of its mechanics are completely unharmed. It's just missing both power and a key.
And a key?
And it just says key. You don't know what kind of key. It could mean anything.
I can't run some kind of system diagnostic that gives me a hint on what the key is.
Yeah, roll for... Is there something... I don't think I'd call it investigations. I think I'd call it...
Technical?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, technical. Oh, I don't have proficiency in that, darn. That, sir, would be a 3. No. 10.
As you try to look into it, you can't delve into the technical menus of this arm itself. It looks like it needs to be hooked up to a different source to do a full diagnostics run on what key means. And that's basically all that's really displayed for you. No power and key missing.
Very well.
As you're on your... Because you're doing this on
Can
your
I-
way...
Can I do a similar thing to one of the, as you described, arc reactors? Is there a way for me to hook up to one of those and do run a diagnostic on those?
You... There's... Roll a technical check again for it.
Darn.
Because it's sort of a weird thing.
Yeah. It's a 9.
Yeah, as you look it over, you'll kind of see that there's like prongs sticking out of it, but you don't quite know how the prongs work at the very bottom of it. And then like there's 3 little like they're not copper, but they look like 3 little ports that look like they have to be... Something has to go in those little ports to make it more active to do any sort of thing, and you don't have the specific device that looks like it would fit into the ports on the said little arc generator device, which Lex never actually told you what they were properly called.
Yeah. Very well. Apparently I get really bad technical checks. Get great investigation checks. Is that why you said no investigation checks? Because I get really good ones.
I was gonna say no, I don't mind if you do investigations. It's just that you're doing a technical thing. It just makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean I don't have anything else to do.
So you both head over to the mayor's house. Is that what you guys are doing? Like you...
Yeah, it's the middle of the night, right?
Yeah, but the elves don't sleep, so everyone's still kind of, the town is still busy, basically.
Okay. what is the so the mayor technically works out of his house, right? Or his office is like attached to his house?
No, what you noticed was that the tree that he kind of works out of an office doesn't really look like his house. You don't know where his house is. You weren't. Yeah, I was gonna say you didn't know where. You didn't ask where his house was, so you don't know. But the bar's still open. There's still people partying. Elves are singing and whatnot. Yeah.
Well, Endeavor, would you have any ideas? We still didn't decide whether we were gonna ask nicely or steal these, did we?
Is this in regards to the vehicles?
The filtration bits and bobs.
Well, I prefer to ask nicely, and that is within my that is my ability to do very good at.
Very well. That is what we shall do. Or if you want to, you can go over to the mayor, and I can go to the mayor's house, and we do it simultaneously.
Sure, we can try that.
Oh, at this hour, you'll know that the mayor is not in his house. Or, I mean, not in his house, in his tree. His tree office thing.
He's not in his tree office.
You can clearly see that he's not in his tree office. Like, from where I'm thinking you guys are actually standing, you can't. You'll definitely see that he's not in there. There's no line. I mean, it's the middle of the night. You know, he must have just went somewhere else.
Okay. Well, I mean, we do gotta get a hold of the mayor, and obviously his office is closed. So I guess we gotta ask around to see if his house is available. He did ask me to do this task, right? And it's very important to him.
Okay. At this moment, roll investigation, both of you. Gonna help you along.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I gotta pull back up my
And I'm gonna do some rolls for Lex.
25.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
I
Great
have
investigation rolls.
Yeah, it's pretty good. What did you get, Elias?
I rolled a 9.
Okay. As you're kind of just scanning the area, Vale notices that the mayor is actually at the bar. He's definitely in the crowd at the moment, hanging out with the drunk karaoke singers, and he's just like having a good time. He's not singing, but he's in the crowd. And he's got a can of something in his hand that's not Radocaf. It's actually purple, and he's eating. He's got what looks like to be a steak on a stick, and he's just vibing, and he's having a good time with all the other elves that are just jamming. And, you know, he's way over there. You see him.
Oh, I see the mayor. He's over there at the bar. Well, I mean, I do need these things from. We do need these things from him, right? So, Vale goes off towards the bar. If Endeavor wants to follow.
Yeah, he does so as well.
As you approach, yeah, it's definitely party city up in here with all the elves. None of them really seem drunk. They just seem like they're really happy and in a great mood.
Only the mayor's drunk.
No, the mayor's not drunk. He's just everyone's just
Said
happy.
he was drunk.
Well, okay, did I? I don't.
Yeah.
I thought I said he wasn't drunk, but just everyone's.
No, you said he was drunk. If you take it back, that's fine. But
I really don't remember saying that because that doesn't match my narrative.
I could be misremembering.
Well, now I have no
Maybe.
idea. Let's just say that he's not. Just because that's
Okay.
if I did say it, that was an accident, and I just didn't realize
Very
that I
well.
did. All right, so he's over there, with his drink and his steak, and he's like, "Yeah," or what was his voice? No, hang on. Oh, yes. Am I the mayor? I have no idea. Does this sound like the mayor? Was this the mayor?
It's either the mayor or Caravicus.
I don't remember what he sounded like. Yeah. I really don't remember. We'll just be like, yeah, all right, yeah, yeah, sing it, Jimmy, yeah, come on, everybody, we're going to get it down, yeah. There's just a kind of a fat elf on the stage, and he's just like, yeah, come on, everybody, let's go, yeah, number one hit, yeah, time to sing with the hollow, you know. And he's, the fat elf is singing on the stage at the moment, and the mayor's not in the front row. He's kind of in the fourth row, in the back. He's dancing and whatnot, and everyone else is dancing and just having a great time. And you approach the mayor.
Hey, Mayor, how you doing?
Hey, the tourist, what's good?
What's going on? Remember I was doing that thing for you?
Yes, business, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. How rude of me. You're outside of the office. You can't talk business now.
Never mind.
See if I can get that filtration equipment you said you were gonna let me have.
Oh yeah, we can. I guess we can do that. Sure. I'll tell you what. Yeah. We'll go do that right now if you go up on that stage and sing. You go over there and do some singing.
How about this? If I go up on that stage and sing, you let me not bother you for the rest of the night, and I'll just go. You just tell me where the stuff is. I'll go get it, and you can stay here and keep partying. How about that?
Well, as much as I'd like to do that, there is a particular sort of set of passcodes that I'd have to personally put in, and honestly, I don't want you knowing my passcodes. I'm sure you understand why. Right?
Oh, absolutely. I totally understand. I used to help with securing things a long time ago. I totally understand. Of course.
Yeah. So, I'm happy to walk over there with. Did I?
Oh, by the way, this is a member of my my group. This is Endeavor.
Hello, Endeavor. Nice to meet you. And, he puts out his hand for a handshake.
Never shakes his hand in return and says, "Why, thank you. It's nice to meet you as well."
Very pleasant tourist you guys are, quite indeed. So, you guys gonna go up on that stage and sing or not? Because if you don't, it's gonna be a long night before you get that filtration equipment.
Of course.
All right.
But just want to double check, and I use mind trick on him.
Ooh.
You sure you ain't you? I mean, we're doing business together. You don't trust me? Come on.
Ooh.
You can just let me go by myself after we do this. And it's one gentleman to another.
He fails that roll. That's funny. He's failed all rolls.
Don't I have to? Oh, I said my thing says you gotta save against my DC, but I mean, if you fail, you fail. Okay.
I was gonna say I thought I did. I was trying to do that ahead of time, but.
Well, it'd be my roll against yours.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I was doing a resistance check against your mind thing. I mean, I got a pretty low number, so that's why I was.
I mean, I do have advantage on it
right.
on that check, anyways.
I mean, go ahead and roll if you. Yeah, all right. Well, all right. Yeah, I'll let you roll.
It's a critical success.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well. All right. I guess since you guys are in a hurry, I'll get back to the party later. Jimmy, say me my favorite number, will ya? Oh yeah, man! You gonna do your thing, man? Hey, everybody get down! Woo! Jimmy up there, starts raving some more and gets the party more excited, and you start heading off towards the house of the mayor. Well, would have loved to
tell me yeah.
Huh? What?
So he's not gonna tell me the codes.
Is that what you asked? I forgot.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you're not. You can tell me the codes and stuff.
Oh, my bad. I confused situations. All right, listen. Yeah. You know what? You right. I trust you. Yeah, all right, we're back at the party. Oh, crap. How did I forget so fast? We're back at the thing. Rewinding a little bit. Yeah. You know what? You're right. You know, you look like you're trustworthy guys. Let me just. And kind of pulls out a notepad from his chest pocket. Writes down some various numbers on the code thing, and he hands the piece of paper to you. Hey, here you go. Just make sure you lock up when you're done, okay?
Of course. We're all about security here. Is there something I should? I would assume you have guards at your house, right? At where you're keeping these, right? Is that your house?
Oh, Lenny and Billy? No, they're over there. He points, and the two guards that you actually saw at the very beginning of the when you first entered the town, they're over there too, and they're jamming out. Well, one of them actually looks a little more sad at the moment, and he's just kind of sitting there like, oh, he's kind of shrugging, he's upset about something. The other one's having a blast. I'm not really sure what happened to Lenny, but yeah, they're the only. You just guys go ahead. They're the only guards we have in this town anyway. No one ever, why need extra guards when no one ever fights us? You know what I mean?
Of course, I totally understand.
So go on, go get the stuff, and then hey, report back to me about that message thing you need to do for me. Let me know how that
Absolutely,
goes.
I'll make sure to use that nice radio you let me get.
Yeah.
I slap him back. I slap him on the. I like pat him on the back. Like, you have a great time. We'll be back, and we can all have some fun soon.
All right, that sounds great. All right, and he goes back to the party. Goes back to partying. I mean, and he takes like a big old bite out of his steak pop thing. Yeah, Jimmy. And you guys,
I run and go. Yeah.
thing was, you go to leave and you realize you still don't know where his house is.
I turn around. I'm like, oh, Mayor, one more thing. Where's your house? Where are you keeping this stuff? You never actually told me.
That's right. How silly of me not to tell you where my house is. It's just on the outside of the border of the no zone. That really big building over there.
Oh, I see. It's all the way over there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And don't worry, I'll lock it up for you.
All right, excellent. Yeah, you guys. I love you guys. Yeah. He starts partying again.
Go now.
Yeah, you guys can kind of discreetly go away now.
That's the big house in the bottom left corner of the map?
No, it should be upper left.
You sure?
Yeah, because you went down, now you're going up.
Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at. How do I do this? I can't stream into this channel. What?
Oh, I thought I fixed that. Oh, well, anyway, if you look at the whole thing, you'll see, you remember the windmill that was, Lex's windmill?
Luthor's?
Yeah, it's the one above that. That's the mayor's house.
Oh, it's the top right.
Yeah, top right. Did I say top left?
Yeah, you said top left.
That's my bad. I meant top right.
That's just confused. Okay.
Top right. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
You make your way up to the mayor's house, and as you do, you approach a hedge. That's like the only real fence line that he kind of has around his house, and honestly, it's kind of the same coloring as the radiated trees that are here. And you go up to his garage and you punch in the numbers. The door rolls up, and weirdly enough, the work truck that Lex had mentioned before is in there. It's kind of it's gray. I should have a picture of it. I hope anyway. Or did I not? I didn't get a picture of it. I have a video of it, but not a picture of it. Crap! I got the sound effects for it ready to go, but not the. Ah! I know I forgot something. Is there a way to? I don't want to. How do I? Whatever. You see that it's kind of It's a gray. It's kind of. It looks like basically a van, but half the van was cut in half, and it's got this wooden deck on the back of it, and technically only 3 doors: the driver, the passenger, and then the rear passenger. It's very compact though. It's a very, very small truck, but it has off-road wheels on it. It's definitely lifted a little. Heavy use of mud all over it. It definitely looks like a work van truck thing. It's also very small, so it looks like it could squeeze 4 people in the cabs, but very uncomfortably, and then basically 1 guy in the back, maybe 2 if it's small people. But Lex was right about it not being able to carry your entire party in that truck. Definitely doesn't look like it could hold any sort of like heavy gear, or I mean heavy weight. As you look around, you'll notice that the filtration stuff is all on the right side of the wall of the garage. It's all hanging up and like organized, and you know it's very well kept. Yeah. What the
Is
heck?
are the filtration masks better than the ones we already have?
Roll for investigation.
That's a 18.
As you look at the filtration gear and you pull out one of the filters, it looks like it would actually screw in to the filtration system that you have now. As you do so and you swap the filters themselves, you'll notice that it's actually a little harder to breathe out of these filters than the ones that you have now. Just slightly, though. It definitely feels like the grade that you have is a better grade than the one that he has stored in the garage.
Okay. Well, I want to look around and see what is all in the garage.
As you circle through the garage, you'll see more of just like some more supplies for like filtration gears for anyone who needs to go to the research labs. Some gardening equipment from like various hoes, rakes, push lawnmower for some reason, and a sickle, maybe and a scythe, along with some automotive gear for what probably fits the truck that's actually sitting in the garage right now. And yeah, other than that, it's a pretty open garage. There's not much in there.
Are there any doors that attach it to the house?
There is a door that does attach on the left side that looks like it actually goes into the house.
Do I see any alarm systems?
Roll for investigation again.
24.
24? All right. It's fine. It's fine. As you look around, you do notice that there's like a little box in the left corner back room that looks like it could be something. You're not sure what it is, but it definitely looks like some sort of like surveillance gear or maybe a monitoring device of some kind, as it's just hanging up there.
Okay. Well, first off, I grab a handful of extra filters. How many are there?
Oh, there's like a whole, like 3 cardboard boxes full of them, and each cardboard box contains around 20 of them. So there's 60 like filters, I guess. If you searched through them all, you would suspect there's like 60 filters.
Okay. I grab like a half dozen.
Okay.
And secure it to my belt around the back, since I don't have like my pockets are full of stuff already.
Oh no! How high did you roll in that investigation check for the filters? It was pretty high, right?
It was at 18, I think.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I would
It's,
need.
it's the lowest roll I've done yet.
I was gonna say I would need a critical for something else, but anyway. So you grab 6 filters. Elias, does Endeavor do anything while he's in the garage?
I mean, I was thinking he could like help out with carrying items if that is required.
Well, that's up to you. Do you want to grab more filtration goods? Anything anything that's eyeing you?
Yeah, he carries or whatever amount that is necessary. He grabs that additional extra.
You don't know how much is necessary. How many do you think he would grab? I mean, he saw Vale grab 6. So, well, what's he thinking?
Yeah, he goes for an additional 6 as well.
Okay.
Vale also grabbed an extra mask.
Okay.
Vale goes and checks out the thingy in the corner. He doesn't touch it yet. He's just getting closer and he wants to investigate it without interacting with it yet.
Alright, since you rolled so high in the last one, I'll just have it roll into this. You look at the weird black box that's in the corner, and you can kind of tell through the shade of this plastic covering of this camera that there is a light that's behind it, but a very dull looking light. It definitely doesn't glow like to shine. It definitely glows like it's on. It could be some sort of sensory thing or a camera, as it's just looking at the whole room itself. From what you can kind of gather.
Okay, and it's just that thing sitting there. There's nothing else around.
As far as you can, yeah, that's what you can really determine.
Can I see from where I'm standing, if there's any like ports or anything on it?
No, it just looks like a black box attached on the wall. Probably all of its inner workings are probably behind it in the wall structure itself of the garage.
Okay. And this is it's in the corner of the garage facing the garage door.
It's in a position to see the entire garage.
Okay. It's like high up on the wall, I would assume.
Yep. Anything else you guys
I
do?
don't see anything else in the garage of use. Just filtration masks and garden equipment
There's like
and a truck.
I was gonna say there are some like automotive goods, but it's mostly just extra cans of oil, 1 jerry can of gas, excuse me, and there's a small red toolbox that when you open it, you just find various bits of wrenches, ratchets and sockets, just little, like, basically anything to kind of just take or put together bits of a car itself, but no real car parts or anything like that. No extra batteries, no pieces of junk. It's very clean. Even the boxes underneath all the shelves don't really have anything of use. It's mostly storage for like random bits, like photo albums, some stuff, some crock pots, and various other utensils. It definitely just seems like it's doubled as a storage, like a normal house.
Okay. I kind of walk towards, say, Vale. So Vale is kind of standing in front of the surveillance thingamajig. He kind of turns around and kind of faces the garage, and it kind of crosses his arms, and his hands being underneath his arms, he releases an electrical discharge up into the corner.
You do that, and the camera sort of fizzles, makes a weird fizzle sound, and as you turn around, you'll notice that the small light you could barely see through the plastic bit of it looks like it's off.
All right. I go up to it and investigate it and see what's going on with it.
You look up at it, and even though the small white light that was originally on before has been turned off, but now it's been replaced by a really hard to see yellow blinking light through the yellow sheen through the black sheen of the camera itself.
Okay. Well, I've got everything I need, Endeavor. If you got all the stuff you need, I think we're pretty good on filters.
Yes, absolutely. I would agree.
So I definitely want to stop by the mayor on the way back out and tell him that while we was here, there's some kind of weird electrical discharge. Tell him I saw the camera and it looked kind of weird. Let him know, we're nice people.
Oh man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh well. As you do so. Man. I'm so upset that I rolled bad on this one again. I got a 1. I don't think this die is very good. Oh, okay.
I wanted to go loot the house, but I was like, I don't know if that camera's worth it.
Oh, of course, and the next roll I throw just randomly to test it gets a 20. Anyway, so the 20 doesn't count for anything, by the way. So you guys leave. Do you close up the garage?
Yes, I close up the garage. I
Okay.
did promise that security and safety is everything.
All right, you do so. You walk back to the bar, and there's the mayor still jamming out with everyone else as if nothing happened. Nothing whatsoever. Neither his guards. His guards are also partying, except for Lenny, who's still kind of upset about something. Hey, you're back!
Yeah, and yeah, Mayor. Yeah, we're back. I left up one of the photos. Like I said, I got the stuff. Thank you so much. I just want to let you know, when we was in your house, when we was in your garage, I felt like this weird, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, almost like an electrical pulse or something, man. I just want to let you know because security and stuff, right? I saw you had a camera in there. I was checking. It's kind of a weird thing I do, work security. Whenever I enter a room, I would for cameras.
Oh, all right.
And I saw the light that was on it went out. So I just want you to make sure that there might be something wrong.
Yeah, I guess I'll go look into that at some point. Oh well,
I can look into it in a bit if you want me to do it.
No. I'll look at it. Don't you go do that mission that I need you to do, huh?
Of course.
And when you get back, maybe we'll go up to my house. We'll have like a barbecue or something. All right?
I love barbecues.
Yeah, tight, man. All right. I'll see you when you get back, whenever that might be.
Yeah, it might be a day or two.
Oh.
So I know. Well, I've heard the no zone is very dangerous, so I want to make sure to take our time.
You ain't
ambushed or nothing by
There's
monsters
nothing.
or nothing.
You don't gotta worry about nothing up there, my guy. Come on. I know. Hey, looking at you, I can see that you're very well versed. I think you'll be all right.
Well, I mean, if you say so, Mayor.
Yeah.
We'll be back much sooner than that.
All right. Well, I'd love to see you then. Oh yeah, Jimmy, crank up the tunes. Woo! And he just kind of goes right back into partying. Basically, he doesn't wave goodbye. He just, yeah, he just wants to dance. Basically, is the vibe that you guys are getting off of him.
You got anything else you gotta do, Endeavor, before we go?
No, not really. Not that I know of, honestly. So I think I'm good to go.
Of course, of course. Where's Lenny in comparison to where we're standing?
Lenny,
Like, would we be able to like walk by like the edge of the bar and like chat with him real quick before we leave?
you technically could. You could do that.
Okay, so I do that.
Okay.
So we're kind of going on our way to leave, but then we stop next to Lenny and I check up on him and it's like, hey, it's Lenny, right? Right? I met you at the gate.
Yeah.
Are you alright? You hurt or something?
No, you know, there was this. Maybe you know her because I'm gonna guess she's in your party because she said she was looking for you before. But I may or may not have asked her on a date, and she didn't show up. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't official, but like, I kind of figured maybe shoot my shot. I don't know.
Are you talking about the tall, pretty elf?
Yeah, the one that looked like she was in your party, you know? Honestly, I don't even think I asked for a name. I feel bad for myself.
Well, her name is Nadira.
Oh,
I know, it's a very pretty name, isn't it?
yeah, she just looked like she'd be fun. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I've only known her for a very short time. She's very fun to be around. Are you sure she understood that you asked her out on a date?
I
Make sure
mean,
you got her attention. She's been very cordial with our group, but I get the sense that she's got some things going on. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I hear that. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. What are you talking about over here? And his buddy Billy, shows up. Hey, you still on about that girl? Whatever her name was? Yeah, a little bit. Hey. And then he just stops as if he's just sort of stalled, and you all look at him like, what's just happened? Don't worry about Billy. I think he's had too much of the Dr. Rep.
I can tell that. I've heard the stuff's pretty good. But look, here's if I can give you a little piece of advice. Don't think about it too much. She might have just not hurt your brother. I mean, she's not been very outward about her personal life, so I don't know for sure. But she's a special one. So if you are serious about it, definitely go. I'll let her know that if you want. I mean, I'll let her know that you want to talk to her.
I ain't got a phone. Everything I'd have to do, considering the fact she's wearing the infiltration device, means that she can't survive in the air here. The only things we could do are all in the tourist shed. And, I suppose it'd be kind of weird. I have no idea. I guess you could just say I was lonely, and as I was shooting my shot, I didn't really think it through. I realized that maybe she wouldn't fit in this village very well if it actually continued.
She seems to fit in everywhere she goes.
Well,
I mean, look over there, and he points into the crowd. He said, "You don't see all of these young women over here. You don't have any eyes on anybody over here."
Most of them are married. There's not much for availability around this town, if you haven't noticed.
Well, in that case, why don't you leave? We become an adventurer. Honestly, you definitely be able to explore and definitely find the one.
I'm part of the Green Legion, man. I can't just. I'm like one of the only few guards that protects this joint, you know? And it's
Sure.
true, we haven't actually had a fight with anyone before, but. Well, who's to say that. You know, something could happen. Maybe a rebellion against the court. They start just fighting everybody, those rebels. I mean, heck.
Well, you mean you could train up somebody else? I've seen some other strapping gentlemen over here around here. You'd be a nice fit for the job as well.
Most of the other guys work in the mines. You know, the mines. They call to them. And then they get hurt. I don't know what their deal is. But I'm okay being a guard. It's nice, easy pay. Okay, when I say pay, I mean, I guess it's just an easy job. I don't even get paid. I don't have any money. Oh, how do I not have any money?
Now he starts to have an existential crisis.
Hey, Lenny.
How do I not have any money? I
Lenny,
can't.
you're not part of the court. Lenny. Are you not part of the court?
No, but I never had a reason to not be a part of it. I just, well, I guess 50-some years ago when the court came around and a bunch of those cases happened when the research people came around, my paper failed in not being recognized. So,
Ooh.
I actually think, if I think about it, I'm pretty low on the chain of popular people to actually be a part of anything. They didn't want me for my skills or anything.
Well, Lenny, let me tell you this. How about this? You said you was interested in Nadira, right?
Yeah?
We could always use an extra person in our team.
What team? What are you talking about?
In our group.
What are you guys doing?
We're adventurers. We go around, we help people.
Really? I mean, I could actually be of use?
Yeah, you got skills, right?
Well,
what do I see? What weapons does he have on him?
You see that he has kind of like a spear thing with like it definitely looks futuristic with like a sort of like a techno styled spear. It's glowing a nice blue, like a nice ice blue sort of accents along this black colored metal that it is. It definitely looks like, you know, it could do some serious damage if actually used. Like, it definitely looks good. It looks like a very useful weapon.
I mean, you've got a very nice weapon there with you, sir. It's a spear, right?
well,
I'm sure you got fantastic spear skills.
I suppose. Well, okay. The only ever times I actually use this thing is when I'm throwing it at melons.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with training. It's better than just getting the job and then not training, and then your skills wax thin. And then when the time comes. But on the road with us, you'll be able to train them whenever you want. And perhaps on real monsters.
That sounds nice. But, well, you see, the thing is, the mayor, I'm watching out for the mayor, and while I'm his guard, I'm also, I don't want to get into it, it's too much drama, especially if I'm not even right at all.
I kind of lift my hand a little bit and use my mind tract ability and say, "Hey, it's okay. You can let me know. You can talk to me. It's all right, my man. And we're all good here. We're all friends. We're all having fun. Man, I'll even put a good word in for you with Nadir. She seems to trust what I say.
Well,
I guess I need to roll for that.
Yeah.
Was it persuasion?
Yeah.
25.
Oh, I actually got a high number this time, and I was like, please let him win. I want to win. No. All right.
yeah, well, The thing is, I'm suspecting that the mayor is sleeping with my sister. Which is why I also have this job. Well, okay, it's not really because I have this job, but essentially, I figured if I'm the guard, I can kind of like look at him, and I'm doing my job. And you know, that guy's kind of suspicious, you know? I don't know what the court's doing. Whatever that business is. I mean, I ain't got no beef with him, but... Well, I guess out of the years I've noticed a few tourists that come into town, they never come back. A lot of them were happy. A lot of them were powerful. I don't know what happens to them. And
I've heard some similar things.
I just...
But hey, when you become part of our party, we'll always have your back.
I mean, I don't want
If
to...
something happens, we'll always protect you.
I don't know. What about Billy? You know? He's gonna be the only guard
Was-
here.
Billy's your friend, isn't he?
Yeah, well...
What if Billy wants to come with us?
I don't think Billy wants to come at all. He's got a happy family here. He's one of the very few who has a wife and kids. Our population isn't growing that well.
Well, you said the mayor was hurting your sister, right?
Well, more like sleeping. I don't think there's actually... the mayor doesn't look like one of those guys that would actually do anything physical. I mean, look at him. He's a roly-poly looking dude. He's almost as fat as Jimmy up there.
Are you sure about that? I've been hearing around, and I used my mind force ability again. I took ability again. I've heard he's got a bit of an anger issue, a bit of a temper. I heard some of the things like it's been 12 years since the last time you guys have had visitors. I've heard the reason they aren't here anymore because of him.
Roll.
22.
I actually got a 19, but he doesn't have high enough stats to pull this off.
I'm running through my force points right now. I've got like 2 left.
So you're saying that... How did you find out about all this?
Let's see. With my background, I was part of a group of people a long time ago. I've learned to talk to people. You know, I'm a bit of a, I guess you could say, a nomad, a wanderer. So information gathering is almost my thing. I won't say my thing, but you know what I mean, right? You got to get info to survive.
Yeah, I hear
Talking to people, even in this bar. I was out here earlier. I mean, you probably saw me chat with the mayor.
a little bit.
You should have seen some of the faces I got for talking to him. I'm very perceptive. I look around kind of. I've been ambushed too many times to not keep my head on a swivel.
Huh. Well, let me think about it, I guess. I didn't realize he was that bad of a guy. I just thought maybe, you know, me being here, I could be useful. But maybe I am useless. Here.
You're not useless at all. You're not useless at all, my friend Lenny.
But then if you're right that he's abusing my sister, shouldn't I, confront the
Do
guy?
something about it? Yeah, and we'll have your back if you do.
Huh.
Just wait like a day or two if you do, because I gotta run to the no zone.
Wait, whoa, what are you doing out there?
Well, the mayor asked me to do something, and I figured I'd do it and try to get some more info on him, if you know what I mean. I mean, I'm hearing these things, right?
Yeah. Supposed to make sense. All right. I'll think about what I want to do before you go and for when you come back, you know.
Of course.
All right. Well, if you need, you can borrow my spear if you need an extra weapon to fight against those mutants. Are you okay?
I appreciate the offer, my friend Lenny, but
how would you protect yourself? How would you protect your sister if something were to happen even before we got back?
I don't think anything's gonna
Without
happen.
that.
We elves don't get drunk. There's no excitement of actual fights to happen in this town. But
Just because you don't get drunk doesn't mean nothing's gonna happen. Maybe the mayor only does things to your sister behind closed doors. Maybe one of these days he'll get real angry where that it won't even matter. He'll just get real upset.
you know,
He'll do it outside
you might be
in
right.
front of people. He might humiliate her.
Yeah. You know, you might. Yeah. You know, you might be right.
And he stands up.
And he's like, you know, I might.
I put my hand on his shoulder.
Uh,
It's okay. It's okay.
all right.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'll wait till you're back. I got an idea of what I can do. Yeah.
I say, right now we don't even know if he's done anything. But I'm saying that's all I've heard, right? All I've heard is he's had those issues. I mean, obviously right now look at him, he's smiling, kind of a weird crooked smile bit, but looks like he's having fun. So maybe go check on your sister. But maybe you should just stay here, keep an eye on him. Actually, it would even be better, right?
I suppose. I'll do my best on keeping an eye. Maybe I will go talk to my sister just to get a few. I mean, if she tells me that nothing is happening, I guess it's really hard to believe, but you never know. You never know.
Yeah, maybe she's so scared of him that if
Yeah.
you were to ask her, she wouldn't even tell you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking all this time. I don't know. It could be. I don't know. But you know, you're right. Best not to act rash. Unless we know more.
Yes, we must know more. And if we come in as a group, I've got your back, right?
Yeah.
Nadira has my back.
Yeah.
My friend Endeavor here, he's a bit of a pacifist, from what I've been able to tell. So he'll just cheer us on from a distance. But we got a friend in our group who gets drunk pretty easily. He'll probably join in too.
Okay. I'll trust your friends. And hey, maybe I will go on that date. I don't know. Be nice.
Maybe one of these days.
All right. I'll keep an eye on him. You go do your thing for the mayor, whatever that might be.
Yeah, just keep an eye on him. Remember, don't act rashly.
Okay. I'll do that.
He kind of sits back down, and this time with more of a determined look as he's just eyeing the mayor the whole time and not really blinking either. In fact, it gets to the point where his eyes slightly begin to like kind of bloodshot a little, as if there is something burning within him. You know, he's just like looking at him, and he's like, you know, a lot like that. As we do that, let's put a timeout. Gotta go bathroom again.
Okay. I can't believe that worked. I don't know where I'm going with that, but I can't believe that worked. So, Endeavor, tell me a little about yourself. I'm just kidding. Your character is a pacifist, right?
Yes.
What?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Feel free to jump in whenever. My voice is getting a bit tired. If you cut me off, I do not mind at all. Adds to the RP.
No. Okay, okay then. Good to know.
All right, I'm back.
He's back.
Whew.
Guess
Alright.
who's back?
Back again.
Okay. I was also super prepared to sing earlier.
Why?
I'm surprised that didn't happen.
That's because the mayor has been getting like as far as I've only gone over 10 once, and that was like a 12. Everything else has been single digits for that guy.
So you have to keep in mind my investigation checks.
Yeah.
I have my investigation and persuasion checks. I have advantage on because I have proficiency.
I know.
Plus, and my investigation is an 8, and my persuasion's a 10. So it's like automatic double digits.
Yeah, and the mayor's just been
Like
rolling
most of the
low.
times, most times I roll one of the 2 dice I roll with advantage because I have advantage is gonna be like is always super low, and the other one's like pretty high. It's like
Ah.
I'm glad I get to roll 2. Anyways,
Yeah. So after you talk to Lenny here, what happens next? You just continue on your way?
I guess it's time to head over to the no zone.
All right. You make your way out of town and you head past the mayor's house, which is on the very edge of the no zone, or on the border of where it goes into the no zone. You walk up to a fence, a little out of ways from the town itself. It's definitely a beat up fence, and there is like a couple of there's a dirt road that goes in between the 2 posts, and it looks like that's the way to the research center that in the olden times. It's definitely wind dusted over. You can tell that there's high winds of what seems to be like a really weird acidic heat, and over this green palish sky, as it's very bright for basically supposed to be nighttime, but it's bright out because of all the glowing radiation that's happening right now. And as you begin your journey in, I want you both to roll 3 times in... let me think about it. In...
Are we
stealth.
searching for the highest number?
No. This will be 3 different scenarios. What I'm doing is having you go through 3... You're speeding up 3 different scenarios in stealth. You're both rolling for stealth, and you need to once you have all 3 of your rolls, because they're not an advantage or disadvantage, you are rolling to give me your numbers exact plus whatever modifier you have on your character to how you perform going across the no zone.
So we're gonna total up the 3 dice.
No,
Okay.
you're not totaling up the 3 dice. You are giving me the numbers of 3 specific scenarios.
No way.
Did you get a 20 or something?
No. They're all the same number, and they're all really high. They're just none of them are crits. I just thought it was funny. All 3 of them were the same number.
What number did you get?
A 17, so it's 24 total.
Okay. And Endeavor?
Triple 24. 24 for all of them.
Wait a minute. Don't I have a rule for if that something like that happens?
If you get the same number.
I thought I had a funny rule where if something like that were to happen, you would. Anyway, feel free to roll, Elias. See what you can.
Do I get inspiration?
Oh. You get to roll a d6, and I won't tell you what happened. Or, okay, so on some of these events, I will tell you what happens. Some of them I will not. So roll a d6 for me.
There, it's just posted there.
Yep, I see. Now I have to find your
5.
Five. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me read this. Oh. Okay, so what you got was a vendor will give you free stuff at the next shop.
Oh, sweet. And that's when you roll trips or dubs for dice?
There's specific rules that I'm not going to announce, but I mean, like what you just did is basically a clue.
Okay. Cool.
Anyway,
I don't even have next.
so now I need to somehow highlight that for you, and
Free
since
stuffs. I'm going to bold it, increase the text size, italicize it to make sure I remember that. Next vendor will give free stuff. Have we actually been to a vendor yet?
No, you have not found a vendor yet at all, which is pretty.
Well, technically we went to the bar.
You got free drinks out of that. I don't know. Never mind.
And they almost died.
And almost, well, okay, NK almost died, but you know, that's NK. Okay, for your stealth modifier. Yep. Okay. As you both travel across the nose zone, feeling this hot, acidic air getting a bit more potent on you, and you get kind of like a little scratchy feeling as you go across this desert kind of like wasteland place. It's not really a desert, but it definitely not much life is living out here at all. It's decrepit. It kind of smells a little bit as you're walking along. As you do so, you see, or rather Vale sees, far a little bit ahead of you guys, he sees movement of something big. Not like super duper big, but like about the size of what you can kind of guess is a smallish to medium sized bear sort of thing. You don't quite know what it is, but you definitely see its shadow in the fog that surrounds this particular area that you're going through the lights of the radioactive lightning that shows flashes throughout the entire environment. As you do so, Vale Vale notices that as you when you notice that, Endeavor does not notice that, but you are quick to rein him in, as to tell him, hey, there is something over there that you can see. And you perch yourself.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. Yeah, I told him about it.
Okay. I was gonna say, it's kind of quiet.
I tell him very quietly.
Did you mute your mic
Endeavor,
again?
there's a big. No.
Sorry, it was such a long pause that I was like, did he do it again?
Well, yeah, I'm eating a little food. So.
Okay.
Hey, Endeavor, there's something I can't tell quite. Almost like a bear-esque. You know what a bear is, right? Kind of size ammo over there. Can you see it?
Yes, faintly. I am a little bit.
Well, actually, you don't. You rolled too low to see what we're talking about. But with the advantage that Vale has in his rolls, he saw it before you did, thus preventing something.
How about we scoot around that, so I don't have to deal with it? Although I'd love to go kill that. I'm digging for some battle. It's been a while. I'd rather not right now. We're trying to be as quick as possible for this mission.
Absolutely.
As you do so, you hide behind a rock. What the? Are you like toking up with a blowtorch?
Actually, that is exactly what that is.
I figured it was I know the sound of a blowtorch. I just don't know what you're doing with it.
It just chills on my desk.
Okay.
Along with a can of butane.
All right, can of butane, sure, why the heck not? All right, you hide behind a rock and you wait about 5 minutes. You look up again and you notice it's gone. It's not in the fog anymore, and you continue your journey through the no zone. As you continue through the no zone again, you once again hear a noise, Vale. It's something kind of like a gurgly snarl that's heard from somewhere nearby, but you can't quite tell. And I can't really figure out how to make that noise either, but I can hear it in my head. It's a little bit more bubblier than that, but it kind of sounds like there's something stuck in its mouth, like some sort of goo, but anyway, you hear that. Endeavor, funny enough, actually does also hear. You both hear the noise. Yep. I thought you'd play out this scene, but
Oh, sorry.
it's fine.
Hey, Endeavor, do you hear that? What is that?
Oh, yes, I'm definitely hearing some sort of noise. I'm trying to figure out what it is myself.
Hey, get down. Get ready just in case.
And like,
Maybe if they lowered.
and he puts his paw down on the ground with a weird splooshy sort of fart sound. As it does that, you are hidden, perched, kind of in like a blind spot on the road, in a ditch sort of style, and you don't, as you're kind of like looking around from your point of view, you don't see anything, but you definitely see more clouds of some sort of thing, like immersing it as the sounds do get closer and then fade away as it walks by.
Cool.
Okay, I guess we'll just move on.
I wanna peek up and see, is it like still nearby or is it walked away?
Um.
From the noises I'm hearing, can I tell if it's still nearby or is it walked away?
Do you want to look at it?
That depends where it is.
Well, after you hear it kind of fade off a little bit, you can maybe capture a glimpse of it. You'll have to roll for survival, actually.
Son of a gun.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you already told me to roll for it, so I was still deciding whether I wanted to do it, but that's modified 20.
You look up, and as you look up from your little vantage point, you can kind of see through the thick cloud of smoke that whatever it is surrounds itself with, that it does have the shape of a really horrendous looking hound. Kind of, it's definitely melty and fleshy of skin, but it's sort of stinky green aura of fog that it surrounds itself with and produces kind of like a sort of a weird radioactive leak from inside the creature itself. It looks around and it doesn't notice you as you've been, real quiet like. It definitely looks like it is bad news if you were to fight it, though. The fact that it's producing gases of its own and it has gnarled teeth in the front, but its eyes, weirdly enough, are pure black. But not in the sense of, like, dilated pupils. It's more along the lines of it doesn't have any. Have any eyes, I
Was
should
a
say.
very, very close call, Endeavor. Let's keep moving along.
As you continue along down this road, being very quiet to not disturb yourselves, at this moment, I want Elias to roll for survival.
Certainly.
Is it too late for me to say that I'm always ready to be under attack?
No,
I'm always cautious.
you can.
Okay.
You can.
No, yeah, my guy is constantly on guard.
I mean, I kind of figured he would be because of this situation that you guys are in. So I was gonna have you roll advantage on any sort of attack or anything, but you did so well in stealth. I was like, okay. But now we have a different scenario involved. So, what'd you get for survival?
I got the number 9.
9 total?
No,
I rolled.
He rolled a 9. He should have 14. All right, I'll actually hang on. Let me All right. Okay. Oh, never mind. No. Oh no. Never mind. You're fine. I misread the wrong thing. Anyway, as you keep going along this road, you'll see that in front of you, on the very road that you're walking on, you see through within the clouds themselves and the fog. There is what seems to be another mutant walking straight towards you guys, like straight on the road, and it looks like it's kind of running, but you don't know why it's running. As you do so, with failed high stealth stat, he definitely pulls Endeavor out of the way, because whatever reason this thing is running for, it's coming up fast, and there is no time to really speak against it. You both duck under cover in another ditch well that's alongside the road as the mutant creature hound thing runs by.
Man, Endeavor, you gotta be careful. This is another very close call. Those things are ugly.
Thank you for for pulling me in time. Thank you.
And as did you want to say something else?
Vale kind of turns his body away from Endeavor, and he opens up he has his leg open up, and he grabs his other short saber and closes it. He turns back around. He's like, how about you hold on to this until we get you actual gear, right? I know you're a pacifist, but you need to be able to defend yourself. Vale demonstrates how to use it, turns it on and off, and such.
Certainly, I will do so.
I do want that back, but yeah, please, you need to be able to defend yourself.
Oh, believe me, I'll be very happy to hand it back to you.
All right. As you continue forward through the fog of the no zone here, you eventually do see up on top of a very sandy hill a building, that has satellite dishes and radio towers on top of it with definite equipment up above. The road definitely leads up to to whatever this building is, and you approach. Upon approaching, you do hear a lot of noises happening. And as you know, those noises are coming from a side building that looks like a Quonset hut, and with the doors are all closed. What do you want to do?
You said that I just hear noises and all the doors are closed.
Yeah, when you approach the area, there's noises coming from the garage Quonset hut building, but it is it's not attached to the other building that's with it, with all the radio towers and satellite dishes and whatnot that have computer equipment on the roof for various tasks.
I suppose we should go meet up with Lex. What do you think, Endeavor? I would assume that's Lex making all that racket in the garage over there.
Are you asking me? Oh. Sorry.
I'll just follow your advice. I'll do what you would like me to do.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Endeavor mentions that he'll follow your lead and do what you tell him to do.
Endeavor, why do you trust me so much?
Because I am a complete stranger to this world, and I know nothing of what to do or what I should do or who to be with. So I'm just simply taking your word for it, because I would not know where else to go or what to do.
Trust me, friend, I'm not from this world either. I'm just
used to the traveling life.
As you two are talking,
Anyways.
there is a small fireball that you can see through kind of the windows of the upper part of the Kwanzaa hut, as there is an erupt orange ball of flame, and then it quickly goes. And you hear a "Ah!"
After I see that, I'm like, let's go check on him. And I run over. I would assume Endeavor follows then.
Yeah, you both open the door, and you'll see that there is a small fire that has accumulated in the shop. You'll see that Lex is currently working on repairing the fuel tank for the truck, and accidentally forgot to check if there was fuel in the actual gas tank, and it exploded. And you see him kind of fully ashed in the explosion that he just went through. He's got the welding hood on, and he's just like, that's what I forgot I needed to do something. And his welding gear is still on, or I mean, not his welding gear. His not the, what's it? The welding thing. You know the thing welds. What's that tool called? I don't know. But either way, that thing's on, and it's still releasing copper wire everywhere. Since it's not touching metal, it's not grounding itself or anything. But he's just sitting there a little dazed, like, woo! Yeah.
Lux, careful!
Hey!
And I run over and attempt to go put the fire out.
There is a fire extinguisher nearby that you can kind of see it actually is in front of the truck workstation, and you quickly, take and put out the fire.
I checked to see if the fire extinguisher is rated for gasoline fires.
Yes.
Okay. Then I put the fire out.
I thought you would just use it, and I was like, yes, just a normal fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguishers are rated for gasoline.
It's true. All right, you're right. Fine, whatever. All right. So anyway, yeah, you put out the fire, and you realize that the gas tank is in pieces. It is just it is no longer a functional suit of a tank. But what else you can see in the shop is the truck actually looks almost done. It's got kind of a tannish camo that's painted on it. It's huge, like he described. From what you can tell, it looks like it's mostly all put together from what he was able to do. And you see various bits of parts everywhere. It's definitely not a clean area. It definitely looks like a mess.
Lux, how's the truck looking?
Everything was fine until... Yeah, okay, I forgot to check if there was gas in the gas tank. That's on me, Chief, but I guess you could say everything was going so well that I just forgot the basics, I guess. Anyway, we're gonna have to find a new gas tank now, or I can make one, since the welder works and there are sheets of metal just over there. All I need to do is find a new fuel pump, because I'm pretty sure that's gone.
I've got an idea. Is there a fuel pump in here? Probably.
Maybe. From what I could tell, there is some parts laying around, but not for this truck anyway. Let me see here.
And he goes over to another shelf and he starts rummaging through some of the boxes that look like he actually put all together, because the way that the shop looks now doesn't really look like how it was intended to be used. Everything is closer together instead of being very far away, because the garage is huge. But it definitely looks like that since he's the only one that comes here and does anything, he moved everything closer to the stands where he builds stuff. And then he has a sudden realization.
Hey, it's a good thing I didn't put that gas tank on there. It's a diesel engine. Imagine if gas went to a diesel engine. Woo! Wait, well, I guess
that would mess it up.
I guess you could say we avoided something on that. It's just too bad that we don't have a tank anymore. Why was there gas in the diesel thing anyway? Anyway,
he keeps searching for another fuel pump of some kind. And as he's looking for it, he starts asking questions.
So did you guys see that sentry outside? Do you think it's possible to still use that thing? I guess, well, do you guys think you can actually get up there and check it out for me?
Do I recall seeing a sentry?
Actually, no. The way that, what, you don't quite know what he's talking about.
No, I didn't. I don't remember seeing a sentry from where we came in.
Really?
Yeah.
Should have been up there. It's that...
I could have just not been paying attention. I mean, I was keeping my head on a swivel for, mutants and monsters.
Good point. Yeah, did you run into any while you were here?
Yeah, we was taking our time, trying not to provoke any. We ran into a couple. This one almost got snatched, but
Why?
we didn't actually get attacked or nothing.
Excellent. Yeah, you don't want to fight those things. Well, I guess you do. You can fight them, but from far away, okay? From what I've noticed, the gas that they produce, highly flammable. Don't ask how I found out that.
That's good to know.
I guess you could ask how I found out that. One day I was playing with a blowtorch, and yeah, I saw one and I threw it at it. There is...
And then it exploded?
Yeah, there is no office quarters in that building anymore. Let's just say that.
I did have a question. I was gonna go look around to see if we can find more parts, and go look at that sentry you mentioned. You said it's up on the roof, right?
Yeah, it's on the roof of the actual lab over there. As far as machine parts that are in that research lab, there isn't much. It's mostly just computerized tech. Maybe you can salvage something from one of the boxes that I put together in there. Or even try to figure out how to get that sentry down. To be fair, it's not armed at the situation, so it's probably encased in that weird box that you may or may not have seen that was up there.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can go take a look at some of the stuff. But I did have a question
Yeah.
about, well, first off, you have the rifle, right? I want to take a look at that while I go look for other things, too.
Yeah, it's just over there.
And he points to where his backpack is leaning up against the wall near to the door, and the rifle's just next to it.
Oh, I see. But when I was taking a look at the arm on the way over, I was able to connect to it, like I showed you, and it said I was missing. What? Let me look at my notes. Let me see. It said I was missing some kind of key. Do you know anything about that?
A little bit. I know they need operator keys, but usually that's a function for when somebody has cyberkinosis. They can, the cyberkinosis is the key to activate the arm, basically. You need to have the chip implants into basically your skull, and that's how it kind of operates, in a sense.
Interesting. Very interesting. And then the gemstone things, that I took with me. Well, first off, what did you call them? What are they called?
I just dropped my pencil.
Yeah, they're the, I call them echo plant generators. I know it sounds like a really lame name. I'm pretty sure that there's a more technical name for it. But it makes more sense because weirdly these gems, they grow. So, eco plant. Yeah, it's not a very creative name.
I think it's pretty cool. Don't worry about the name, my friend Lex.
Oh, here we go.
But I was looking at, they got some kind of prongs and ports they got on them.
You
wouldn't happen to have like any extras of those, would you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't.
Let me
And as he's actually found a fuel pump, he'll walk over with the fuel pump in his hand and he put it on the table, and then he goes back into his bag and he kind of fishes around. He's like,
Drat, I didn't bring any mechanical bits, only the chemistry sets. Oh, dear.
and he starts looking around the room and he's like,
You might find it in the research lab. There's a few devices in there that you could actually, maybe salvage the actual end port that connects to, and then be able to plug in your arm into it if you want to do some wiring.
Okay, very nice. You said you already collected a box of things, right? Where's that box?
Several boxes, actually. It should be
Yeah.
when you go in the front door. It's the first office on the right because I use that as just the storage ground. Everything else should be kind of empty because I was like, why bother going through all those rooms again to look for like a thing I need? You know what I mean? And like I said, there is no
True.
office portion of that building anymore.
Very true. Very true. Endeavor, you got any ideas? You want to come with me, or you want to stay with him?
Oh, about the sentry turret on the roof.
Yeah. What? Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, I want to have a look at it too.
Okay. I think the panel and all of its computerized components are either on the rooftop itself, or because to be fair, it looks like it used to be computer operated from one of the head offices, but since they're long gone, all that data and that they took earlier is definitely gone. Which is why I think all the components that you'll need will be on the roof. I think. I'm not positive on that. I couldn't get up there to look at it myself because can't jump that high.
Right. Well, does it mean you want to come with? You're gonna come with me, Endeavor.
Absolutely.
All right. Where's the? You said the boxes were upstairs too.
No, they're on the first floor. I figured.
first floor,
I figured why go up another floor to find all my boxes? I moved everything down.
That's very astute of you.
I have
Well,
my
Endeavor,
moments.
I'm gonna go check out the boxes he's collected already. See if there's anything useful.
Sure.
And then Endeavor, if you want to go ahead of me or you want to stick with me, it's up to you. But I'm gonna go check out those boxes first.
Okay. I think I'll go up to the sentry turret then and wait for your arrival, if that is permitted.
You are your own person? What species are you? I don't actually know.
Well, specifically, I'm a Mobian Fennec, in case you were wondering.
Well, yeah, it was where I come from, Moby and Fenix aren't native or don't even exist, I don't think.
Anyway, you guys do your thing. I think I might actually have this all ready to go in 45 minutes. Just gotta make sure the pump actually works, because it doesn't look like it's in good condition.
Well, if you just make sure you have all the parts, I should be able to repair them myself.
I'll find out in a moment. I gotta
So just
rebuild
get all the
it.
parts.
I gotta build
Get
a
the
whole
parts
new tank
together.
anyway.
Yeah, so get the parts together, and then we can figure it out when I get back.
All right, sure.
And you two head off to go your separate directions to finding out what is in the research lab itself. We're going to start with Elias at this moment. So, as you both kind of split off, you'll notice that I need you to roll for investigation to figure out how to get onto the roof.
Certainly. I have the number 6 on the dice.
You at this time you don't see anything outside that looks like any sort of way to get up there. So you'll head inside with Vale to do anything else. As you go inside, and you'll actually at the very front, or when you both enter the building itself, you'll notice that to the left of the doorway, a little off to the back, there is a stairwell that seems to go up to the second floor. And as you also open when you open that door to go into the whole building itself, you'll notice that you're kind of in a small drop down of where like shoes and coat hangers would be to put up gear and whatnot. And that leads into what kind of looks like a break room with tables and chairs and turned off vending machines and broken coffee makers. The place definitely looks like it's been abandoned for a very long time.
Oh wait, what? I need a reminder. What's going on in the situation?
You've entered the building because you didn't find a way on the outside to get to the turret. So as you've entered through the front door where Vale already went through to go see where the stuff is, you'll notice that there is stairs that lead to the second floor, just a little off to the left of the little footwell pad for where things would go, like boots and jackets.
Oh, he immediately starts heading towards that to get up it.
As you go upstairs to the second floor, you look straight on, and you'll see that half the second floor is kind of missing, as it looks like it has been blown apart by something, but there's nothing really up there. But the stairs themselves, they stop, but there is a ladder that leads up to a hatch, which does have a lock on it.
A lock on it. Okay. Endeavor attempts to go see if there are any cutting tools, the ones that are have enough leverage to be able to cut open a lock.
On which floor? Just anywhere?
The floor that he's on.
Okay. You can clearly see that there's not much left of that floor. There is no tools to be found. You may have better fortune downstairs.
Okay, he decides to turn back around and see if he can find a tool down on the previous floor.
As you're doing all that, what is Vale doing as he's entered the first floor of the research center?
Vale is keeping his guard up, but he's looking around for the boxes of stuff and any other equipment that might be useful for his technical inquiries about technology and other things like the cybernetic arm and the Echo. Hold on, I got it right here. Where is it? Echo plant generators and or the rifle.
You enter the first floor, and since you immediately know where he told you where stuff was, you enter the first office that's off to the right of the first floor. Upon entering the room, you'll see that there's loads and loads of boxes full of who knows what, stacked on top of each other, and some crates are left open to the elements. A lot of stuff is covered in the soot and dirt, sandy dust of what's blown in through basically all the broken windows of this building and some cracks in the wall. Yeah.
Using my abilities to levitate and quickly parse through things, I look for anything that will be useful within understanding and or connecting to the echo generators, the cybernetic arm, or anything that might be able to repair the firearm, the rifle, or anything that'll just upgrade my own cybernetics.
Okay. As you use your force powers to look through all the stuffs in the crates, in the boxes and whatnot, you'll see various bits of very interesting stuff. Cybernetic parts for various different limbs, weird construct of tools that they look like they were like hyperetic futuristic versions of like normal tools. It's like a hammer that has some sort of like exhaust pipe sticking out of the back for some sort of reason. A various, let's see, there's also the tools that also look like, compared to normal tools, look like they have like some sort of small engineering enhancements to them that makes them more efficient for people who may need to use extra torque to tighten whatever they're using. There's also various bits of computerized pieces. Actually, some of them look like they're a little ruined, but they are kept for like in case if someone needed to salvage something off of them, he would. You do notice that a few of these bits of random parts do actually have the weird 5-prong port thing that you need to access the eco plant generator. And I mean, there is also so many other. There's some industrial looking pieces of mechanical, like these little computerized components that look like they would be used to make a computer or some sort of like server device. There is also there's also a bunch of knickknacks like office toys, weirdly enough, in a box. A couple of gnomes, a marshmallow figure that says something that's been rubbed off from many years of what looks like somebody might have used it as like a stress toy, but it's not meant to be a stress toy. It's kind of weird. There's also weirdly enough, a lot of coffee mugs are in a box, and coffee makers in another. Some appliances that look like there's also this toaster oven coffee maker combo that's in a very actually nice condition. It's still in its box, and it definitely has the heft that you can feel with your force. That it feels like there actually is still a coffee maker toaster box thing, and so many other bits and pieces that you could actually use to figure out to reconfigure how the cybernetic arm works. But out of all of that, you don't really see anything that would go towards the rifle.
Okay, I parse out a bunch of handful of things that would be useful for modifying, so I can connect to the echo generators, and then the different cybernetic parts that'd be useful for upgrading either my own cybernetic arm or the other one that I have with me.
You put that into a pile, just kind of like you take stuff out of one box and you rearrange to put all the stuff that you want into another box. As you do so, this is when Endeavor shows up to look for a tool.
Oh hey, Endeavor, I thought you were going upstairs to the turret.
That's what I was attempting to do, but there's I think there's a door that leads to the roof, but there's a lock on it, and so I came back down here to look for a tool that has enough leverage for cutting locks open.
Oh, I just saw something that was like that. Where is it? And he goes, "Oh, it's over in there in that box." And he points over where he saw something similar to that.
Excellent, thank you.
What does he
Those
see?
are those two.
What does
What does
Endeavor
he
see? I mean, I listed several things. Figured a few of them would be useful. Just need to figure out which one. There's a lot of ways this could go if you pick the right or the wrong thing.
Those particular details I don't know at the moment.
Okay, so you roll from memory. Vale.
Thank you.
No, Vale's rolling from memory.
Because Endeavor, no, he never came in here yet, so he wouldn't know anything.
21.
You remember that hammer with the weird exhaust parts on it? It would be quite useful, as long as some of the weird elongated pieces of metal could maybe possibly do what he wants.
Hey, you see that weird hammer-looking thing? Almost looks like it's got like a vehicle exhaust on it. That one might be able to fit your needs. What kind of tool do you need? You said the door was locked or something like that?
Yeah, I need something that can either break it off or cut it off, kind of thing.
Okay, so yeah, the hammer with the it looks like it's got an engine exhaust on it. That might be able to help you out if you're careful. It's kind of got some weird prongs and stuff on it.
Excellent, thank you. I appreciate it.
I want you to roll for investigation, Elias.
Certainly. I got the number 12 on the dice.
As you've picked up the hammer and you've kind of felt it in your hands, you hit this weird switch that appears to be on the handle, and all of a sudden you hear a as the hammer all of a sudden just starts to kick into life for some reason. And it just hums as you're holding it. And you'll notice that on the hammer itself there's two paddles on the top and the bottom of the or not on the very bottom, but like if you were to hold like it, since it's a sledgehammer styled hammer, you'll notice that on the handle there are two paddles that look like they might do something. As you do so, you hit the top one, and a small jet proportion from the hammer propels it forward. The whole head of the hammer, and I need you to do a strength saving throw. And I need you to roll that at disadvantage because this is a surprise.
Oh, yeah, you're making him hit the button.
Okay, I have the number 3 on the dice.
Ooh. Ooh. I mean, he rolled high for investigation. He just as you've pressed his hammer, the hammer takes you with it as it propels itself basically into the ground with you on it. You don't take any hits of damage, but it definitely knocks you to the ground.
Endeavor immediately tries to find the off switch or shutdown thingy to make it stop doing that.
You press the same switch as you did before when you accidentally turned it on, it turns it off.
Vale turns around. He's like, Endeavor, what on earth just happened?
I am hoping someone else could tell me that as well, because my goodness sakes, this tool is completely foreign to me, and it nearly took me out with it.
Well, what did you do?
It's more like what the tool did. Like, apparently there's this button on here that I somehow accidentally pressed because I had no idea it was there. And then the next second after that, this weird noise comes on, and then it just starts moving by itself, completely on its own. It has its own propulsion system for some unknown reason, and it just swings itself to the ground.
Okay, I would recommend don't hit the button until you're ready. It's my word of advice for the day.
Well, thankfully, now that I know the button is there, I will gladly take that advice.
Where does he go from here? Does he keep the hammer? Does he like?
Well, he takes a few minutes to like steady himself and to calm down from that rather crazy ordeal. And then eventually he finally picks it back up and takes it upstairs with him to where the lock is.
Okay.
And
All right. So as you go upstairs with the hammer in hand, you arrive back at the very top to where the hatch is with the lock. What do you wish to do?
Well, and very much fearing what happened previously, he does not use its own internal mechanisms. Instead, he tries to use his own strength and leverage of the tool itself to swing it down onto the lock to see if it will snap off.
You are swinging in an upwards position, so you're at a disadvantage for strength when you are swinging upwards. So you're going to need to roll for strength check at disadvantage.
And what am I aiming for? A higher number or lower number?
Your lower number.
And well, the first number that it rolled on was number 1.
Okay, that is a critical fail. You, as you try to position yourself on the ladder, trying to get it where you can swing the hammer onto the lock and try to use it as a bashing tool. You kind of slip, and as you slip, you're able to catch yourself, but you basically miss the lock with the hammer, and you drop it, as it is kind of like a little cumbersome for you to hold.
Okay, then. This is going to be a lot more difficult than I anticipated it will be. He says to himself. I wonder if I should ask someone else to help me out with this.
That's up to you. Fails downstairs, rummaging through all the
always
stuff.
try again.
That too, you can have
Well,
another attempt
okay.
if you want.
Yes, he does another attempt, but I guess this time he goes to. He's really reluctant to do this, but he attempts to do it a second time and uses the tools' internal power source to its own propulsion. But before he activates that propulsion, he makes sure to position himself in a way so that way when it does activate, it will fly out of his hands. His hands will slip safely away from it and not take Endeavor with it when it activates. So he goes to try that out.
Okay, roll a technical check.
All right. I got the number 6.
Interesting. All right, so when you've used the hammer in a rather odd fashion that it did, you prepare yourself to try to use it to rocket itself up into the lock itself. You succeed in using the hammer to hit the lock, but it does not break the lock as it just sort of like hits it with a little and then just falls to the ground. And the lock is still not broken. Meanwhile, what's Vale doing?
Well, Vale has looked through the stuff. What has he found of use?
A lot of this technology that you see in front of you looks semi-familiar to what you have on you. But when doing your investigation on, like, censoring what some of this equipment can do, a lot of certain codes appear on a lot of the equipment that make it not functional. For some reasons you don't know, for some reasons you do. And to be fair, you don't have enough knowledge to figure out what some of this tech can actually, or how it should be installed, or how to fully, properly make it work.
Really?
That is foreign.
It's foreign. Okay. Well, I parse out the working bits and the non-working bits. But then I take one of the bits with the 6-prong port thing.
That's
you
fine.
said?
5-prong.
Oh, 5-prong. And I attempt to integrate it into my own terminal system.
Okay, roll technical. Which you should be pretty high in. What was it, 10, 8?
Technical is 8, I think, or 7.
7, okay.
Yeah. 25.
Okay, you take a bit of the wiring from one of the devices that has this prong output. You start rewiring it into yourself. And as you do so, you succeed in now gaining a new port for access for random things. Your computer system takes it quite well with whatever this prong port can do.
And then I yeah, when looking around, do I find any bags or satchels or?
There is a sack in the corner that looks like it would hold like a mailbag sort of ordeal, but it's like bright orange and the lettering on it is faded. But from what you can kind of tell from that bag, it kind of looks like it should be something that belongs to the research company that it belongs to. It looks pretty okay.
I go over to the bag. What's inside the bag?
Dirty laundry.
I dump out the bag. It's on the ground.
A bunch of laundry falls to the floor. Kind of smells.
And then I use the bag to hold a bunch of the working parts, for use later, to test and prototype with. What do I get like a specific list of stuff?
Shut up. There we go. All these dumb notifications on my phone. You, with the knowledge that you don't really have of this universe and with some of the prompts that you have from these codes, you take what seems to actually be pretty nice goods. Some of the bits you don't quite know what they do. They just look like hardware that look like were attached to devices that look like they're pretty good fits for stuff. As you do so, you do hear the hammer strikes of Endeavor's failures from upstairs. as well while you're putting stuff into this sack. You'll I want you, all right, as you're doing all this, roll for memory.
Memory.
You say you're pretty high in memory, so
Yeah. That's a critical success with a 29.
as you think to yourself, you're like, hey, I know somebody who should know all this, and you remember that Lex should know exactly what a lot of this stuff should actually be used for. So you'll ask him.
Yeah. So I kind of just sling it over my back. Actually, I tie it off to the chain that's around my shoulder. So I'm holding on to it, but if need be, I can let go and kind of let it hang there.
Yeah.
But I let go, let it hang for a sec, and then I pull out. Da, 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 da. The white echo point generator, and I hook it up to my arm to see what's up about it.
As you do so, you the little screen that you have on your arm begins to, it doesn't show you anything word wise, but it shows you with the screen turns white. No, not white. It turns into kind of a gray. Not a dark gray, but a light gray. And on that light gray, you'll notice this white line that's actually, it kind of looks like a heartbeat detection, some sort of vital sign as it reads through you. But with that reading, there's also some dots and dashes above the vital sign report itself. You don't know what they mean. They don't... Does your character know Morse code?
I had never thought of it, so I suppose not.
All right, well, you don't know what they mean.
All right. I unplug it and try it with the blue one.
With the blue one, you get a weird sense throughout your whole body. As you do so, it's more of like an energy sort of boost of some kind. Like your cybernetics feel like a certain power surge growing through them in a positive way. You feel good. And you do get the same kind of like weird screen display, but instead of vital signs that play on the white line, instead it looks like jagged lines, but they are steady jagged lines. Also, there is more dots and dashes above.
I'm sorry, you said it's like steady, jagged
Yes.
lines, and I feel energized.
Yep, you feel good.
Okay.
I gotta roll for more.
I harvest 4 more of those plugs. Actually, no, 8 more of those plugs, if possible.
There's only 6. And I'm
Why
assuming
I-
you mean those ports that you used?
Yeah, the port things
Okay.
that I already. Yeah.
Yeah, there's only 6.
Oh, I harvest all 6 of them. No.
Okay.
And I attempt to right above my pointer finger knuckle. I attempt. Well, first off, how big are these generator devices?
They are slightly smaller than a hockey puck, but the thickness of like a Rubik's cube, like a normal Rubik's cube, about that sort of depth.
Dang, it's a lot bigger than I thought. Okay. Well, forget that. Yeah, but I harvested the other 6. Second. Yeah, I harvest all 6 of those just to have those when if needed. And then I disconnect the blue one and I plug the green one in.
Plugging in the green one, you don't really feel. You definitely feel a drop in power after unplugging the blue one. The green one, you feel normal, and you get kind of this like a circle instead of, as you look at your diagram. The circle is like a solid circle with dots and dashes above it, and that's just it. It doesn't do anything else.
And then I do the same thing with the red one.
The red one makes you uncomfortably hot. But as it's doing so, while it's making you uncomfortably hot, it actually has snowflakes on the visual display and more dots and dashes. The snowflakes themselves are falling in a rather light and fluffy matter. In the way that the snowflakes look, they look like your typical animation film that shows like the crystallized forms of the ice on it. It looks pretty, but it's making you uncomfortably hot for some reason.
With more dots and dashes.
Yes. Roll for Lex.
I take all the stuff back. I unplug the red one and plug the blue one back in.
The blue one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I kind of wait. What do I have on me? I just leave it attached to me right there on my arm for now, and I go back downstairs to Lex to ask him about some of the stuff.
You're already on the first floor.
Sorry, not downstairs, but I go out through the door into the main room and go talk to Lex.
As you do so, you hear a loud metal clank from inside the garage, and as you do so, you hear of pain anguish from inside the Kwanzaa garage. Yeah.
I run out there and see what's going on with Lex.
As you run inside, you see that the front portion of what looks like to be the what's it called? The enhanced bumper of the front bit of the truck has fallen on Lex at the moment, as it looks like he was trying to do something underneath it and it came unattached and has completely collapsed on top of him. And he's like, not again!
I reach out and lift the bumper with my abilities.
As you do so, the bumper, comes off him, and he's like, thanks. You can never trust generic stored car jacks, am I right? And he's like shaking his arm, and it's definitely a different color from his bright white skin to now kind of a green brown, like a bruise. And he's like, he's shaking his hand off, and he's like, that didn't go as planned.
I kind of thought we need that bumper. It looks cool.
Are you all right, Lex?
I suppose. I thought maybe if I could prop it up in a certain way, I could weld the thing on, and, well, obviously I misunderstood how physics worked or something. It slipped off my jacks and fell on top of me. I mean, it is.
See that.
It is.
How about you take a couple minute break? I know you've been working hard, and I know we gotta get out of here, but maybe just taking some time to let your brain refresh will help out.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
And you see an open half can, because the can itself is made of glass, so you can see inside the can of the Radocaf. It's mostly gone, and there is kind of a weird steam coming off of him at the moment. And he's just, he's standing there and he's rubbing his arm, but he doesn't look like he's really in pain. He definitely feels itchy. He looks like he's trying to itch it off or something.
I reach out and I put my hand on his shoulder and I heal him.
Bruise goes away.
Oh, thanks, man. That's a handy trick you got there.
Yeah, it's pretty handy. But could you look at this real quick? And he drops the bag on the ground and be like, he shows him and tests the stuff out and shows him some of the codes. But like, could you tell me what some of the stuff means? I'm not familiar with some of these codes.
Oh, I see. You found the fun boxes. Yeah, some of these parts are actually more mechanical enhancements for your cybernetics on your body. They won't work by themselves, but a lot of these.
And he starts playing with them to sort of demonstrate. He's like,
A lot of these just do a lot of movement enhancements. They're very industrialized. They don't really have any sort of power. They're more like if you got the power in your arm, you want to attach these to it to sort of like reinforce the strain that it's going to go under. You know, sort of like like an industrial lifting exosuit attachment to your cybernetic functions. Some of these codes that I'm reading, they're just simply telling you that you don't have a suit on. It's not registering that you have the correct proportions to connect these two to make it function properly. You'll need, like I said before, the cybernetic chips that go into your skull and operate some sort of ordeal and whatnot. But, these are actually quite useful and highly tradable, I should add. Everyone always seeks these because, they're very well rounded in use. I mean, like, who doesn't want extra armor and reinforcements for their cybernetics, especially if they add too much extra power? Because sometimes if you use too much and you don't have a reinforcement to that arm, you can actually just shoot off your arm in a sense.
That's a good point. Maybe I can repurpose some of these in the future. And then he puts the stuff away and ties the bag up, and he shows him his arm with the blue echo generator on it plugged in, and he shows him the screen. He's like, does this make any sense to you? Because I was able to integrate them onto my arm. Do you make any sense of this?
he studies it a little bit and he shakes his head.
No, I'm not sure what the dots and dashes mean. But from what I can tell, this jagged line kind of looks like a use meter, if I had to guess.
Is it a use meter?
Yeah, like a sort of strain. Like if you've used it too much, I think it's one of those where it will show somehow if you've used it too much.
Vale kind of flexes his cybernetic arm to see if anything will happen on the graph.
Nothing happens.
Maybe
So-
if you you know what? No, if you're gonna use one of those, don't use the blue one. Don't use the red one
Right.
either.
I'll switch. Let me put the white one on. I switch the white one out, and he sees the whatever what you said, a heartbeat sensor looking thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And
But you don't know what these dots and dashes mean though.
No, you can't say that I do, man. No.
I mean, I didn't even know they meant something. I just thought they were decoration. But you think they mean something?
Well, I have no idea. I can't quite say what they could mean.
Okay.
What if
Do you know anybody that might be able to help?
I mean, I've got some buddies in Slank that might know this, but like I said, I just made these on the spot and they just worked. I don't know why they worked, but they did. So who knows why? I didn't even realize they came with a display.
Well, the display is part of me.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant in the sense that they were actually programmed to display anything. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's fair. Maybe that's just my cybernetics interpreting the outputs given from them.
Could be. I don't know. Anyway, do you want to hear a report about the truck?
Yeah. What's going on with the truck?
Well, I'm just about to start it up. See if it actually runs. I sort of snuck into the basement and found some diesel. Apparently those mutants are long gone from it. Probably has something to do with the explosion on the second floor. They don't like the stench of their dead.
Okay.
From what I've gathered.
Yeah. So, Vale kind of puts his hands. Let me try this first. This might be able to help getting it run better. Vale kind of puts his hands against the side of the truck, and kind of leans into it, kind of strains a little bit, and uses his healing ability to the fullest extent he possibly can. So that'd be, let me see here.
Let's see.
Let's go with 10 force points, and I've got not 10, so I'd roll a disadvantage.
Mhm.
Let's go with he does 10 force points. 3d8 plus healing modifier. 6, 9. So it's 5d8 plus my healing modifier. Let me roll disadvantage.
Okay.
Well, what would I roll? Healing, I would assume?
Yeah, you're using healing.
Okay. 19.
Okay. As you
12 plus 7.
Wait, did you say +7 on your?
Yeah, it was 12 plus 7.
Okay.
19 total.
As you do so, you put your hands against the truck, and as you are beginning to heal this mechanical masterpiece, it grows.
Remember, I have the white one.
Yes, I actually
Gosh,
calculated for
yes.
that. As you did so, you start healing the truck, it seems, and it groans, but it groans in like a good way, that like the parts that were slightly rusted and used start to like grow back into their shapes of brand newness. And weirdly enough, the white screen that's attached to your body starts to also enhance. Well, it feels like it's enhancing your healing ability as well as it goes into the machine, thus making it officially brand new in a very nice sense.
Wow! That's a really cool trick.
Vale bends over, puffing. That really took it out of me. I'm gonna need a couple hours.
You notice
Be
that
able to do that again.
on the white screen that the vital sign has actually gone up in like a heartbeat meter sort of way and is slightly orange.
I said I'm not gonna be able to do that again for a while. I really took it out of me. I'm gonna need
Hey, I don't
at
think.
least 4 hours to be able to do anything like that again.
Well, I mean, you'll have 4 hours of sleep when we have to drive to Slank. Let's see if this thing actually fires up. But hey, the way it looks right now, I'd say we're pretty good to go.
He jumps into the cab of the truck, and he's already situated how he's got pedal extenders that lead up to the seat so he can actually drive it. He turns it on and it chugs into life like. And it just purrs nicely as the diesel engine that's in it just is a nice warm sense on how it started, and it's doing quite well.
Oh, yeah, baby! Now we're ready to go. Oh, wait a minute.
Awesome.
Did you check out that Sentry? We should see if that gun actually works.
Endeavor went up there. I was looking at this. I want to ask you about the stuff, and then you asked me about this.
Oh, yeah.
Who's going up there next?
I suppose we're a little distracted. Well, I could pull the truck around and make it easier to get it in and out of the building. That way we just have to load whatever goods else you want, you know? Then again, we can't take too much.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
Especially if we have people following us.
Wait, you went through the entire complex, right?
Yeah.
So
Everything useful
okay.
is in that room that I assumed you pull all these connector bits out of. In fact, there is a useful tool in there that I left. It's a jet hammer, actually. It's very, very useful.
Oh, is that what it's called? Endeavor picked it up and he found the button and wasn't ready for it.
Oh,
So
yeah, I would have recommended, asking me about it first, because I too went sort of the same ordeal, but it's actually quite useful once you figured out how it works. Essentially, it's a small jet engine attached to the head of the hammer itself that helps propel it as you swing with it.
oh, that's pretty fun. Anything else in there of note you think we should put on the truck?
Well, as far as anything else that's in that room, it's not so much useful for the truck as it is more of just enhancements for any cybernetics that you should have on you, but none of them are going to be compatible to you, I think. Especially considering
Well, maybe we could trade them. So maybe if we get a crate and put it on the bed, maybe we can just fill the crate with stuff. How about that?
we could.
How about I go upstairs? I mean, how about I go upstairs and you want to do that? And then pull the truck around while I go upstairs?
Sure, yeah, but I didn't fully explain how the hammer worked. I mean, do you know how the paddles work? There's two paddles.
I would love to get an explanation of that, yeah. But
Yeah.
Endeavor, I heard Endeavor doing something upstairs, so
Ah,
make sure he don't hurt himself.
that explains that random clank that I heard earlier. That wasn't me.
Yeah. How do the paddles work?
Well, they're both how you engage the actual thruster of the hammer itself. The top one is for medium use. The bottom one is, well, you have to squeeze the top one first and then engage the second one. Engaging the second one equals more boost out of that hammer, but it does require tiny nuclear batteries, nuclear fusion batteries that are pretty rare and costly to find. So I'd say spare the hits with that thing.
Good to know.
I
Very
mean-
good to know indeed.
How many times did he use it?
I have no idea.
Roll
I was
memory.
not paying attention.
Oh, you weren't paying. All right, roll memory, but disadvantage.
That's a 19.
Okay. You remember that he used it twice. As you heard it. First time is when he crashed in the room. The second time is when
Yeah,
he
he
used
only used it twice, if I remember correctly.
Ah. Well, that means we only have 3 hits left in that hammer. You see, I used it 15 times to figure out how it worked before. Finally figured it out, and then I, put it away to see if I could find more batteries for it, which I didn't. And if he used it twice, it only has about 20 hits, so only 3 are left in that thing.
Vale's eyes open a little wider, and he's like, "Oh!" And he pivots hard on his feet, and he's like, "I'm gonna go stop him then, make sure he doesn't." And then he just books it towards Endeavor,
Oh, all right then.
and he hollers back. He's like, "Hey, you said you're gonna pull the truck around, right?"
Yeah.
All right, okay. And then he's just going off towards Endeavor.
Back to Endeavor we are. How is Endeavor failing? How is he faring upstairs?
Well, he decides to just stop what he's doing and he's just standing there for the time being, completely befuddled and unsure what to do.
Okay, as he's just hung out upstairs, I assume Vale makes his way up to where Endeavor is. To the ladder. Good comms.
Oh, sorry, did you guys say something to me?
I was saying that Vale made his way up the stairs to where Endeavor is because Endeavor hasn't actually used the hammer since that second time.
Oh, sorry, I was totally blanking out. And Vale kind of goes forward and is like, hey, hold on, don't try again. I just talked to Lex. He said the thing's powering. First off, it's called a jet hammer. Second off, button starts it. That paddle right there on the top, puts it on medium power. The other paddle, you gotta press the medium paddle first, and then when you hit the medium paddle, you can press the other paddle. Other paddle makes you go super powerful. Anywho, the things powering that are really expensive, and you probably only got about 3 hits left. So how about we hold off on that?
Oh, please. You're more than welcome to take it back, because I'm definitely finished with using this thing.
Here's what you could have done. And Vale pulls out his blade, ignites it, and jams it up into the lock to melt it and cut it open.
You succeed. Lock goes bye-bye.
Yeah, I gave you that. Remember that thing I let you borrow? Could have done that. Anyways, he turns it off, puts it away, and he forces it open.
In opening the hatch, you get access to the roof, where you do see it definitely looks like a metal box, but it is shaped funny, as if something has folded inside it. And that's what you first notice when you go up there.
Well, I'll look around. Is there any way of getting it off the roof?
Roll investigation, and with advantage because you have such a high technical.
Yeah, I already have advantage on investigation. That means I get to roll 3 dice, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sweet.
I was gonna say this is your thing, so
Investigation is my thing. I got 2 18s, so 26.
you look around and you notice that it's definitely subtle, but you do notice the difference that there is a encased tube that's like steel that leads from the box folding of this sentry, leads over to what looks like to be a panel of some sort a little bit of ways from where the sentry sits. Opening it inside, you see a bunch of wiring and a little display that's on it with 3 different style of ports that you can have access to do various things.
I would assume I'm able to plug in all 3 of them, or does it?
You can plug in as many times as you want. You do have the 5-prong from before to use. There is also what kind of looks like a semi-styled USB port that you could like plug into as well, and like a Vega style port as well.
I plug into the USB one first.
In doing so, you see the display light up, and it tells you some certain things. As you are doing this, you see the truck has, officially pulled over and is right next to the building, and you hear from kind of a little far ways down below, "Hey, did you figure out how to turn it on yet?"
I holler back. Almost, I'm hooked up to it right now.
Oh! Do you see any sort of bars on the screen?
As you
I see any
look,
sort of
as you,
bars on the
yeah, I was going to continue from there. As you look at the screen, you do see some bars, but they are all, they all have like a weird locked symbol on each 3 of the bar sort of ordeals that you look at.
Yeah, I do. But they all have like a lock on them.
Okay, so you remember that 5-prong thing you have installed in your arm? Use that.
Yeah.
That should give you access to your little device on your arm to fiddle with some of the switches. I'm gonna come up there real quick.
And then you kind of, he starts making his way as you.
Yeah,
fiddle with
I
it.
disconnect the echo generator, put it away, and then I hook up to it. At the same, yeah.
Yeah.
I hook it up to it with the 5-prong.
As you do so, the bars unlock, thus allowing you. What you're assuming is it looks like a touch screen. Saber lights. There we go. Sorry. As you are, it looks like you can now poke at the screen to do any sort of settings. You do have 3 different settings from those bars that they've unlocked from the shield system, saying there is ammo count, transportation, and hostile settings.
I open up the ammo count and see how much ammo's in it.
As you open up the switch, it displays a small screen that says that you have about 30 bits left inside out of its 50,000 capacity.
I open up the hostiles menu.
Hostile menu reads deactivated, no inputs acquired.
And then I open up the transportation menu.
It says it is locked and is still, it's inactive in its setting right now, but it is still plugged, is all it says.
Are there no other menus inside the transportation menu?
No. By this time, Lex has made his way up. Hey, you guys left the jet hammer downstairs. You know, this thing is very useful. I'm just saying, we should keep it. I mean, heck, even I know how to use it. And I'm 4 feet tall. I mean, mind you, it does kind of launch me everywhere. But hey, I've actually figured out how to use it. It's pretty fun. But you guys didn't use the 3rd setting, right? I totally forgot that if you use the high-powered setting, it does actually use kind of 4 bars of power, in a sense.
No, I did not do that. I just melted the lock off.
Okay, then we're good. We're good. Just don't use the last switch without enough power.
A few swings left.
Okay, just remember use the medium one, okay? Not the high one at this stage. If you use the high one, some of these tools do have a dysfunction output if you overcharge and they might explode.
Just come over here, Lex. Take a look at this.
Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, I see. And he reads basically through the same things that you did. Oh, no, this is easy. It's basically saying that even though it's deactivated, it's not ready for transport. The way they had these set up long before, at least from some of the books I read that I took from here, it's basically saying that all we got to do is actually unlock the thing to actually lower it down to the truck. Question is how do we lower it down to the truck? Usually there's a crane that comes here and does all this, but as you can tell, there is no crane. But we can get it unhooked. And maybe we can carry it down, but I can only imagine how heavy this thing is.
Yeah. I might be able to help, but it might be a little too heavy for my abilities right now until I rest.
Maybe taking this thing along is too much, especially...
And it's only got 33 ammo left.
Oh, that's not much. Considering the fact that this is a style of a rotary cannon, it's not gonna do well with only 30 bullets. I mean, we could kill 5 guys in extravagant form, but it's not gonna. It eats. It's an eater.
You didn't see any more ammo in the basement or anywhere?
No, I'm pretty sure they took all that with them. I mean, ammo is very high valued, so if I'm honest,
of course.
If we take the ammo out of this thing, we could sell it or use it. But the cannons, it's probably just gonna have to stay here.
Do you think we could salvage it? Maybe take some parts out of it and it'd be useful for anything?
He gives a think. Yeah, I mean, you could do a technical check. I'll do one as well. Nice. I got a 19.
I got a 17 plus 7. 24.
And for him, he has... Crap, I didn't mean to delete that page.
Control Z, Control Z, Control Z.
We're good. We're good. I got it fixed. He has a 30.
Holy buckets.
He's a smart boy. Anyway,
Yeah, no, we could part it out, I suppose. I just don't want to part it out. You know what I mean? It's already a fabulous machine, but plus the parts on it are kind of heavy. But yeah, we could take it apart and figure out what we could do with it.
Anything useful for Cybernex? You think any of those parts would be useful for the rifle?
No, all the parts that you took aren't necessarily rifle parts. From what I gathered from that one, it requires a different sort of ordeal, a different technical kit. Which, since this gun versus that one, they're built differently. That one is supposed to fire plasma. This rotary cannon fires normal bullets.
Okay, very well.
Actually, if I think about it,
and as he starts fiddling with the thing, and as he's fiddling with it, he pulls out a bullet that's actually orange with what looks like a white ceramic body on it.
yeah, these are the incendiary rounds. They're highly effective against the creatures out here, especially since it helps them explode better. So not only is it a fireworks show, it's also kind of like mini nukes.
That is going to be very useful.
Now we could take these and sell the lot of them for a lot of money, because ammo it's a lot of money, because smuggling ammo from the big city to any other place without the specific license is a lot of dough. But by a lot of dough, I guess I mean favors, really. It's very good for favors, not for money.
Okay.
I mean, you know about the favor thing? How the dark markets work?
Of course, there's always something like that on every planet.
All right. Well, here, since we have the
tale as old as time.
Since we have the allowance cards and we can't really like give each other money and whatnot, they highly what is it? They highly check all the systems for your purchases, because you can buy things with your allowance cards, but it's more of a facade of like checking into how suspicious you actually are doing, in a sense. At least from what I've seen around Slank. Instead, you go to these dark markets, and from these dark markets, you do favors. Now, the favors can be anything, depending on the vendor's what he gives you and what you do for him. Basically, it's all about barter. So these bullets could actually be useful, especially since there's only 30, and since this is technically a rotary cannon and it overuses bullets. These would be. Yeah, these are very high valued if I think about it. Because I've been around the dark markets myself. And, let me tell you, I made some pretty good deals with a few guys. In fact, that's how I got my mini lab kit in my backpack.
Okay. Well, yes, yeah, we could definitely use that ammo. Say the gun's not gonna be very much use with or without the ammo. But I'm sure we could definitely bring it with us. Maybe also use it as a favor, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely recommend that. There's loads of different styles of favors that you can do in dark markets.
Vale messes with the terminal and unlocks it.
Yeah, in doing so, you've fully unlocked the turret from its position.
All right, cool. It may be unlocked now, but how are we gonna get it down? I mean, like, we're not gonna take the whole thing. That's basically what it's saying. Is now that we've unlocked it, it's safe to pull off with a crane and put in usually the cargo containers that we take along with it. But we don't have that.
Vale looks at Lex kind of with a flat face, and he kind of waves his hand, and Lex kind of just hops up into the air and then put back down.
Okay. What kind of sorcery is that?
How many times have I done that? And you still don't think? Oh my god.
Look, I don't know where you're from.
Looks, we're gonna be great friends one day.
Okay.
But Vale Vale attempts to lift it up with his abilities.
All right, so this is gonna be interesting. I need you to do strength, technical, and acrobatics. All a disadvantage.
Okay, let me do one at a time. Strength, technical, and acrobatics?
Yep.
Okay, here's strength. Son of a gun. I rolled a nat 20 and a 3. It's a 9 for strength.
Huh. Okay. All right.
9 total for strength.
Mm-hmm.
Technical. 2 plus 7, 9 total for technical. 11 plus 9 for acrobatics, 20 for acrobatics. Oh my soul. So what's that? I think that's the lowest I've ever rolled.
Okay. Well, since you failed 2 out of the 3,
Yeah.
as you pick up the or try to pick up the rotary cannon now that it's fully unlocked from its position, Lex is standing next to it going, "Ooh!" But you can't lift it up with your strength, and as you keep doing it with the force, you basically have it flop over with a hard thunk and a huge crack to the roof itself. And as you keep straining to get it to move, you do get it to move, but as you do get it to move, you get it to basically roll off the roof and completely miss the truck onto the ground.
Ah, why did you do that? It may be made of like that really special steel, but even then, you could ruin the hardware that's in it.
I told you I was tired.
Why didn't you? We could have just left it here. I'm surprised the
Were
ammo
we gonna
didn't
come back?
explode. No, well, no,
You
but
took all the ammo out.
I know I didn't. I only pulled out one.
What? I thought you took it all out.
No, I hadn't
Man,
got,
we were lucky.
You just started doing that, and well, let's go down there.
Let's just get off the roof then and go take it all out and see if we can harvest any of that fancy steel you said.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the steel.
But all right. And so you all head downstairs to now where the rotary cannon actually seems to be in pretty okay condition, just sitting in the ground, halfway buried in the dirt. Lex goes up to it and starts trying to fiddle with the ammo box containers.
Oh, drat! Of course you dropped the one side that has the most of the ammo in it in the ground. I can only pull out 5.
Can I try to lift it again?
All right, this time you can do strength, but only strength with disadvantage for 3 times because you're tired.
Triplet disadvantage?
Yep.
So 3 or 4 dice.
Do 4
Okay.
and half the modifier.
Have the modifier?
Yeah, because
Holy
you've
crud.
used a lot of your strength at this point.
I'm just trying to get it out of the dirt and onto the ground.
I'm assuming you're trying to like roll it over in a way to.
Yeah, I'm trying to roll it over kind of just because it's in a crater now pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of the crater.
And I'm gonna have Lex help you with his strength, but his strength is 2, so. Oh!
What?
I got a nat 20 for Lex on strength. He's got
a nat 1.
Oh,
What, Endeavor doesn't want to help?
doesn't ever want to help? You want to help?
Sure. What am I helping with?
Getting the rotary cannon turned over. You need to do a strength roll.
Certainly. I got 12 on the dice.
All right, so 16. With all 3 of you, strengths combined in trying to rotate the rotary cannon over on its other side to get to the other ammo case. As you know, Lex, he does his best. He spits in his hands and he shoves his hand underneath, and he's like, "Ah, yeah, baby, ah, my way, baby, ah!" And he's going for it, and he's he's giving it the beans, and he's getting it off the ground with your force. You're too tired to help, and you're just like you get a slight headache. And with Endeavor, on the other hand, they get it to where it's basically halfway through. And as they're halfway through, I want you to roll one more time for strength, but without using your force. So I will give you back your full modifier, but you're still tired. Vale.
Triple disadvantage?
No, just double, because now you're using your hands.
3 dice it is. It's 9 plus 6, 15.
Okay, with all 3 of your strengths, you all managed to finally get the rotary cannon turned over by hand. And Lex falls to the ground like, "Ugh."
Blimey, that was tough. Whew. You guys fiddle with it. I used all I had.
Quite literally. And I'm just gonna allow you to do this. You all seen him able to tear apart the ammo crate that has on it, able to receive the other 30 bits of ammo that were left in the containers themselves. And now that you've fully salvaged 35 incendiary ammos from the rotary cannon, that's what you have collected.
All right. Now that's over. You want to throw it in the crate in the bag with all the other good junk?
Yeah, maybe, after I rest, I could do what I did to the truck to it.
I mean, we gotta get going.
Oh,
You
that
know?
would be a long time.
What do you mean
Yeah.
not a long? You want to hang out longer? What exactly?
No, like we get it in the back of the truck, and then, like a day or two from now, I can do what I did to the truck to that.
Do what?
I fixed it. You see the truck? It's nice and shiny.
Yeah,
Well, I see you got some dirt on it.
I drove it over. It's gonna get dirt on it. Do you know
I'm
how
just messing
driving
with
in
you.
this air works? Look, listen, man. Look,
I just get it on the truck.
all right. But we do need to skip town as soon as possible. I have a feeling that, they're gonna notice that we played with the rotary cannon. This stuff is
But
highly...
you said nobody came out here.
That doesn't mean that they probably didn't leave any sensor gear on this place.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I mean? Look, I found cables
I
that
do.
go deep underground. I don't know where those go. I didn't feel like digging a hole to find out.
Where did you find them?
Well, in the basement.
Show me.
Okay. And you basically you follow Lex through the building, but instead of going left where the stairs were, you go right and you go further down to the offices. There is a hatch at the very back of those area that leads downward. As you lead downward, you'll notice there's a heavy, thick fog of a toxic green filling the entire environment. And as you do so, you get a weird beep go off from your watch. You look down and you notice that it jumps from like 17 hours to 5. You have like 5 hours all of a sudden remaining on your filters.
Yeah, it's a little thick down here. But, I kind of like it.
And he lights up another cigar.
It gives off quite a...
And as he's lighting up this cigar, it's actually a different cigar this time. It burns with... Hold on, I gotta go around here somewhere. It burns with a nice bright red and golden smoke from it. And it's with some glittery effects as well. Anyway, if you look over here and he leads you over to kind of like an area that he kind of did dig a small hole just to see where these cables went, and they do go deep, straight down through the earth.
As you can see, something's still activated here, and I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the sentry cannon or the satellites. What was the favor you had to do for the mayor?
I had to collect some information or something.
What information? The research
I don't know.
teams
He just
did everything
he
while they
just
were
did, like
here.
research reports or something like that. And actually, I'm supposed to radio him saying that I'm here.
You didn't radio him here yet, did you?
No, I didn't.
Good.
I
think-
figure we should cut those cables.
It's too late now. Because if I know anything about the court, they're pretty fast about... they're pretty fast about noticing these things. Best is we get the heck out of here. The thing is hiding in this truck. They're gonna search everywhere for this thing. Oh, I didn't think ahead of this, did I?
Yeah, you mentioned that now.
Well, I will admit this is part of my fault, but... I thought you guys were ready to leave.
It's okay. We're a team. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
And you all head back up to the truck itself, and you get another alarm off your watch, and it goes back down, or it goes back up. I mean, to but a new time of only like 14 hours and 30 minutes. And you all hop in the truck. The cab is big enough to fit 3 people, considering Lex's very small size, so he doesn't take up too much of the driver's seat. And the 3 of you hop in the cab with the stuff ratchet strapped down in the back of the back of the flatbed, and you start driving away.
How long of a drive is it back to town?
It shouldn't be long. I mean, we're only 3 miles out of here.
Okay.
The real question is I might have to drop you off close to the town so I can drive around the town to then get to where I said the meetup point should be. You know?
Okay. Yeah, we'll meet up with the rest of the team.
Do you actually have
I'll try to get
like a rendezvous point?
I'm able to get in contact with him.
Okay, cool. That sounds great. 'Cause,
Well, actually, now that I think about it, when we went to the mayor's early, he had his truck in the garage.
no, really? Did you find the keys?
No, I didn't see it around.
Ah,
He
well,
must have had it inside, and he's got that place under heavy surveillance. I didn't
Or-
want to.
it could be on his body, on his person. You know, it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, I keep my keys on me, so why wouldn't he keep his keys on him? Especially if you're trying to, keep anything really valuable close to you, you know? Oh,
That's
darn.
very true, my friend.
He pulls out another cigar.
Anyway, yeah, I'm excited for this venture.
And the cab begins to start filling up with this golden smoke that comes from the cigar because the windows are closed.
Vale turns. Is it a button or a crank?
It's a crank.
He goes.
Ah, you're letting out all the
with
smoke, man.
And then he reaches out just with the barest amount of effort, even though he's tired. He uses the force to crank the other one, and it's just moving very slowly, but it's cranking.
I guess you don't like the smell of this.
I'd rather not have to cure lung cancer every 4 years.
Oh no, this doesn't have any sort of lung cancer properties. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I forgot you're organic. Oh, crap.
And he puts it out on his hand.
You might want to check for radiation poison.
And
Vale connects the blue echo generator to his arm.
the blue one. Oh,
Is
okay.
Yeah.
You connect it and you feel good. You feel an electrical surge throughout your body.
And then he attempts to attach a second one. So the first one is on his forearm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
He attempts to attach, like on the inside of his forearm, he attempts to attach a second one to the back of his forearm, like on the top, like in line with the top of his hand, but on his forearm. And he attempts to attach a secondary port there.
I'm gonna say you have it because you've already done it. You're able to succeed in attaching another port wire to your arm.
And now he attaches the white one to him too. So now he has the white one attached and the blue one attached.
As you've done this, you actually feel even better. Your display now cuts in half to display both screens of both power-ups on your arm.
Hey, that's pretty
Vale,
cool
Vale,
there.
Vale kind of sits up with it, and he kind of gets a little shiver, but not like a cold chill, kind of like a tingle, like kind of crack his back almost. Like I'm still exhausted, but it feels good now.
Hey,
Um,
sick, bro.
And he starts working on his arm to add another port on his arm.
All right. Do a technical check, but at exhaustion disadvantage. So half your modifier and lowest number.
Son of a gun. Oh well. 2 plus. What is it? 2
5.
plus 5.
7. Okay, yeah. Your body begins to feel really bad all of a sudden, trying to rewire something else, and you notice the white part of your display starts to like spike red from white, so it like kind of flashes, and as each flash happens, you just begin to feel less and less good.
Vale starts to like, not seize, but kind of like stiffen and start like every muscle in his body is clenching, and he's just kind of like mildly shaking. He's like, I'm gonna.
Hey, what's happening over there?
I'm gonna get some rest before I try that again.
Hey,
And
Fluff.
he stops messing with it.
Hey, Endeavor, what's happening? What's he doing?
Oh, whatever you would like me to do, I am available.
What? No, I'm asking you what he's doing. I assume
Because the way I see you all situated in the truck is Endeavor's in the middle.
Who's driving?
Lex is driving.
Okay.
He has the foot pedals modified for him to drive.
Okay.
Because I thought the way that you said you cranked the window, that meant that you were on the right side of the truck.
Yeah.
You know. So since Lex can't fully see what you're doing, because he's closer to the window, the way that the seat and the placement that he's sitting at this current time makes him so he can actually see all of the road and everything else, but he can't really see what his passengers are doing. So that's why he's asking Endeavor, what the heck is what's Vale doing that's making him go like wah. You know what I mean?
Making who say those noises?
Never mind. We're driving along still down the road, and that's when Lex stops the truck. He's like, okay, I know from here that it's about half a mile to town. They can't see me because of this fog, but just keep following the road. You should be fine from all the mutants. They don't come out this close. I'm going to go wheel around to, a mile and a half down the main road. I'm going to hide deep in the woods because, to be fair, if somebody's coming, they usually come pretty fast. They do have a bunch of secret bases out here in this world, and I'm not sure where they all are. At least from what I've noticed. Especially the random incidences that happen in Slank. They just appear. It's kind of scary. So I'm trying to take some precautions. I'll be far
it's
off the
definitely good.
road. I did
It's
find...
definitely good to be safe, yeah.
I found these binocs, so I'll look out for you guys along the road. And once I see you, I'll give a toot.
And he presses the honk button, but nothing happens.
Nar! Crap! The horn doesn't work.
How does the horn not work?
I don't know. I guess it's the fact that I never tested the horn.
But I fixed it. I fixed the entire truck.
Maybe it doesn't have a horn.
Maybe.
That could be.
So my abilities have never not worked.
That's true. I mean, you did a pretty good job. I mean, like, look at the odometer. We're only at 3 miles. You've reset the whole thing. That must mean that
Must just be missing the part.
we must have been missing the horn. Oh well.
See, I've never been able to regrow limbs before. So
It's not like we need the horn either. It drives fine.
well, apparently you do, because that was going to be your.
I know.
He also starts to cough.
What, bro, you okay?
Apparently you needed that. I'm just exhausted.
Maybe once you find your friends, maybe I'll let you nap in the truck if that helps.
Maybe.
Or we could put a cot in the back. I don't know, and then somehow ratchet strap you down so you don't fall off.
That'd be great. Yes.
I know. Never mind. That's not gonna work. Yeah, I have no. Oh, wait a minute.
And he like rummages through his bag that he's had on his back the whole time, and I totally forgot that he didn't. As he's rooting through his bag, he pulls out a couple lighters.
Here, I'm gonna set these up at the edge of the woods. Okay, and what they're gonna do is at the alongside the road, you'll see these two next to each other. Hopefully, that's enough for you to realize to walk in like straight towards where those lighters are basically positioned. Like you just walk straight from those lighters, and make sure to bring them back. These things aren't cheap.
Yes. I'll make sure to pick them up and bring them back.
You gonna be okay to walk from here?
I'll be fine. I've been in worse condition before.
All right then, y'all go meet with your friends. All right, and I'll see you soon. Don't leave me hanging though, cause I can only imagine how fast these guys will come if we've disabled that rotary cannon.
I imagine pretty quickly.
Yeah. Anyway, see you then.
And you both hop out of the truck and close the door. And he starts taking off, rolling coal with a thick black smoke coming out of the truck. And heads even further kind of into the no zone and disappears into the fog.
We never did, Endeavor, we never did grab any office chairs or anything to mount in the back, did we? As extra chairs.
No.
Well, that's a real bummer. Guess we ought to get back to town. Best I ought to report back to the mayor and tell him that I wasn't able to find what he was looking for.
You both make your way back to town. As you do so, you notice that the party's kind of done at the bar, and everyone's they're just sort of chilling at the bar. The mayor is actually sleeping in a lounge chair for some reason, just out in the open next to the bar. Funny enough, and the lady that's attending the bar is cleaning glasses. As you reapproach the scene.
Vale approaches the lady at the bar and says, "Hey, have you seen my group of friends around?"
Oh yes, the adventurers. They're all hanging out in tourist sheds still. I think your friend's okay actually. That like weird invisible guy. Yeah, he seemed to be okay
Yes.
when I last saw him.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. And Vale tilts his head and kind of waves at her and is like, "I appreciate the help. You've always been helpful. Very kind."
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
And what do you do next?
Vale needs to take a nap, so
Do you,
Endeavor, what do we do next?
What do you do next? That's a good question. I'm not a reliable source of suggestions at this time. I do apologize. I'll just go with what you decide instead.
I'm trying to remember. Do I need a long rest to reset my force points, or is it a short rest?
You said technically a short rest because you have the ability to speed up your meditative state for only 4 hours.
Yeah, so it halves it. So a short rest only needs 2 hours, and a long rest is 4 hours.
Yeah.
Or short rest an hour. Normally,
I'm gonna say 2 hours is your short rest because you've expunged yourself so much in that last encounter.
But I'm trying to remember it to recover those points. do I need a short rest or a long rest? I can't remember what I wrote down.
Wrong sheet.
I can't find it anywhere.
Abilities.
Do.
Meditation halves the all-time need for short rest and long rest. So that's all it says.
Did I not write down how to re-get them?
No, but I mean, I'll allow. I'll allow how that works.
Let's just assume a long rest then.
Yeah, well, yeah. The long rest for you is only 4 hours, so,
Yeah. So might as well. Okay. Well, I definitely overexerted myself. How about we meet back up with the team and tell them what's going on? Endeavor, are you okay?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Your
What do you
friend
think
seems
about
to
our
get lost
school?
in space a lot.
Yes, he's a bit of a quiet one there.
I say yes, let's go back to the group. What else is there for us to do?
Very well. Before we leave, I turn back to the lady at the bar second. Unless Milady has anything that'd be good for me to drink before I go to bed.
Well, for your condition there, Sonny, I'd recommend,
I gotta scroll. Nope, too far. Where the heck are they? There we go.
I'd recommend a Deux de Forest. It's a nice, kind of what's described as a lime lemon drink. And it's very fruity, very punchy, but weirdly enough, in some exhausted states, it gives you a slight good buzz. It's good for organies like you.
Organies. It's a funny term.
I know. It's the fact that you can't have,
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
All right, here you go, honey.
And she
Yes, thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right,
And then
cool.
turn and go.